Well, we're going to get started. I'm Fred Upton. Welcome. Go Blue. We're here a little bit early. We're spending the night just so we don't have to pay to get into this. No, I'm just kidding. Delighted to be here. And I know there's a lot of people that are online watching, and we've got a couple witnesses that are already waiting for us to go. So we're going to get started. And we're going to start first, really, with remarks from Dr. Arthur Lapia. Where is he? Where is he? So the floor is yours. You want it? I don't know. Okay, good. Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the University of Michigan. Thanks for inviting us to be with you today. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Arthur Lapia. My friends call me Skip. And I have the pleasure of serving as the Vice President for Research and Innovation at the University of Michigan. We're very excited to host this event and to learn more about how universities can serve as trusted partners in national research security efforts. The moment that we live in is urgent. There are great challenges and great opportunities. The threats that we face in some sectors are evolving on a daily basis, and every day matters. Right? There is urgency. What we need at this moment are leaders and servants who understand and are committed to the public good and act on it with fortitude and integrity. We are grateful, and it's a real honor to have folks at the table here today who've done that through a lifetime of service, who serve as a model for people throughout the country, including our students. The University of Michigan, we're a public institution, and our mission is to serve the public good. We have a long-standing commitment to helping state and federal agencies in biodefense preparedness planning, and our vast research enterprise is vital in these efforts. We are the largest comprehensive public research university in the country, and the numbers mean a thing, but what's more important is the capacity with which we can save lives, create opportunity, and improve quality of life for every person in this country, and we're always glad to work with partners to do that. Across our 3 campuses, our research teams work diligently to make groundbreaking discoveries, while also operating in accordance with the highest quality of ethical standards. Whether we're implementing new personal protective equipment or lab safety protocols, building infrastructure to collect and evaluate data on biological emergencies, our research teams are dedicated to providing critical support to all of our partners. We're also advancing knowledge. That's the thing you read about. Use and understanding of things like AI and science, which is changing everything. And a critical component of safety planning as this technology continues to develop is thinking about its impact on a wide range of activities. Some of you know that a couple weeks ago I traveled with our President Domenico Grasso to Washington, D.C., as he testified before Congress on how the University of Michigan is leading the way in examining and addressing a wide range of research security concerns for universities. We seek to be a leader in this domain, not because there's any joy in being the best, but because the research universities of this country need to share information and work together, right, so that we can all achieve the goals that we have together as effectively as possible. Through risk evaluation, sample transport, material disposal, lab certification, other protocols, we not only study the topics we're looking at, we live them on a daily basis. We're also engaged with a wide range of partners and look for opportunities to support organizations like this commission who do critical work on a wide range of topics. We also, as you may know, have partnerships with the federal government, industry, leaders, and national labs. We are the largest academic partner of the Los Alamos National Laboratories. We have a significant relationship with the Argonne National Laboratory, and we have great communications with other agencies and are actively involved in conversations about the Genesis mission, which is of vital importance to the nation at this moment. We conduct our work with safety and security, and we appreciate the work of this commission to strengthen our nation's preparedness. I'm very proud to see the University of Michigan being central to this effort. I thank all of you for your time, your dedication, and engagement in this issue. I look forward to the rest of today's program and learning more about how we can continue this vital work together. It's now my honor to pass things over to our congressman, one of many congresspeople we have here, Fred Upton, and current, I'm handing back to you. Yes, all right. Thanks, sir.
Well, thank you, Skip. It's a delight for all of us to be here. We appreciate your words, your visit back to D.C., and We also really appreciate the University of Michigan staff. Didn't happen overnight. We've actually been thinking about this for well over a year, but the staff has been terrific, not only in D.C. working with us, but here at home as well. So I want to thank everybody for their involvement. You know, this topic has been important to all of us for a long time, that of building and supporting a robust biotechnology sector. And it's no coincidence that today's meeting is being held here in Michigan, in Ann Arbor, at this university, known worldwide for its contribution to health research in so many different ways. This very room is located between the Big House and Chrysler Center, the homes of two preeminent athletic programs, each of which have excelled on the biggest stage, and under the brightest lights in just the last 2 years, starting with the 2023 College Football Playoff National Championship, and of course this week's marvelous win down in Indianapolis. So we between this meeting and the wild success of its sports teams, it is an exciting time at the University of Michigan. Go Blue! A competitive pedigree, a culture of excellence, a driver of investment and growth. These words ring as true for the U.S. biotechnology sector as they do for the Michigan Wolverines. Today's meeting is going to examine the significance of this critical sector to national biodefense and what it requires to succeed in a world with an ever-increasing biological threat and global competition in the life sciences. My involvement in biomedical research and development long predates my time with this commission. A decade ago, I had the privilege of partnering with many of my colleagues, including Representative Diana DeGette, who is going to be our first witness on Zoom, and my fellow Commissioner Anna Eshoo and Susan Brooks, and former FDA Commissioner Peggy Hamburg, as we work to enact the 21st Century Cures legislation. That law established a moonshot effort to spur innovation in medical countermeasures development, reform regulatory processes, and save lives. In essence, we expedited the approval of drugs and devices, and we coupled it with $45 billion in new research money for the NIH, passed along to great partners like universities and other entities. 21st Century Cures was recognized by many as the most significant piece of legislation enacted in that Congress. But more work remains to be done. Congress rightfully deserves credit for passing legislation in recent years to expand biomedical research, including the creation of the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, an idea that Representative DeGette, Eshoo, and Brooks and I included in our Cures 2.0 Act legislation. However, comprehensive and ambitious legislation is still needed to maintain our competitive edge, lower barriers, and foster competitive issues that where barriers can be removed and we get increased innovation. Through our Apollo report for biodefense, our commission has identified 15 technology priorities that still require investment and leadership. I'm excited to work with my fellow commissioners to build on the foundation laid by the 21st Cures Act and the Apollo program for biodefense and explore how the government at all levels can further support life sciences research with biodefense implications. This call to action does not come in a vacuum. The U.S. finds itself falling behind China in the race for biotechnology superiority. The National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology and other authorities have sounded the alarm that we risk losing out on the fruits of biological breakthroughs made on American soil. At the same time, the biological threat continues to grow. The ongoing U.S. war with Iran raises questions about the potential possession and use of biological weapons by the regime. The fighting also threatens to disrupt medical supply chains. Meanwhile, the rise of artificial intelligence and its potential use in the development of biological weapons requires further assessment. Now is not a time to retreat from the world stage as leaders in biodefense or the solutions offered by biotechnology. State of Michigan proudly lays claim to a robust biotechnology industry. Rapid advancements in biomedical sciences create new opportunities for life-saving cures and for securing the nation from biological threats. The development and deployment of mRNA-based countermeasures to address COVID-19 is but one example of what is possible with additional support. The U.S. and its people deserve to capitalize on the scientific engine developed here at home over the last century. So let's seize on our past successes to develop the tools necessary to address future biological threats. I look forward to hearing from our panels about how we can better secure our future. I'm grateful to all of our speakers. And before we begin with the panel, I'd like Secretary Shalala, if she has a few words that she might say before we ask Governor Tom Ridge, our two co-chairs, to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Fred. I'm delighted to be here at the University of Michigan. Congratulations on the Wolverines' victory the other night. This gives us an opportunity to celebrate, by coming to Michigan, the great research universities in this country and their importance to our economy, but more importantly, to our progress as a country and as a world. Years ago, I was in Japan when I was chancellor at Wisconsin. I was in Japan, and we were visiting the foreign minister's garden. He had one of these fabulous gardens. And I said to him, "Can I take your gardener back to Wisconsin?" And he said, "To get a garden this beautiful, you would need my gardener and 100 years." That's the story of the great research universities. They are also fragile, and our investment in them has been over 100 years and important to our nation and to the world, both in the scientific research and the social science and the humanities research we do, but just as important in the young people that we train from all over the world. It's no secret that the last 14 months have been tumultuous in the national biodefense capabilities. Federal funding cuts, clawbacks, and delays have placed an extraordinary burden on states, localities, tribes, and territories in a very short period of time. This shift comes during a very challenging period in the threat landscape, with a resurgence of old threats like measles coinciding with the increasing emergence of new infectious diseases. Against this backdrop, I'm glad we will hear from officials at the state level to get a new sense of how current federal support is impacting our readiness on the ground for biological events. I'm especially concerned about our public health system, which is already stretched thin by the COVID-19 pandemic, chronic underfunding, and disinformation. At the end of the day, cures for biological threats may depend on the tireless work of non-federal governments and their workforces to coordinate the distribution and the communication of its benefits. This may be the 21st century test of the states as the laboratories of democracy, a phrase coined by Justice Brandeis, stating that states can test policies that may become national standards. Thank you, everyone, and I look forward to this fascinating discussion. Back to you, Fred.
Thank you, Donna. Governor Ridge, welcome.
Well, thank you, Fred. Good morning, everyone. And I must say, I regret as a Penn State partisan, I'm not able to join you at the magnificent campus of the University of Michigan. So it's the best rivalry in the Big 12, that's for sure. More importantly, I want to thank the university for hosting us today. As a former governor, I believe it's really important, get down please, for our commission to get into the states and localities and to work with local officials on the issues that we've been confronting for the past several years. We often speak of officials at the lower levels of government serving as the first and sometimes the only line of defense against many different catastrophes, including biological events. Meetings such as the one laid out before us today with such an incredible list of speakers, participants, afford us the opportunity to discuss the biological threat with those officials who are tackling this topic up close on a daily basis. Today, it is my understanding that we will discuss technologies that can address the very real 21st century biological threats that confront the state of Michigan, my state of Pennsylvania, the other 48 states, associated localities, and various U.S. territories every day. Admittedly, while only a part of the solution, innovations in biodefense technologies can augment our boots on the ground in defending the nation from future biological events. I believe this conversation is as timely as it is troubling, given the current uncertainty surrounding federal support for research and development and public health activities. We have considerable ground to cover with an impressive array of speakers. We look forward to hearing from the experts that have volunteered to support our effort. We thank them in advance for their participation. I'm going to go back to you, Fred. Fred, refresh my recollection. Are you a U of M graduate?
Yes. Yes, I am. And a season ticket holder.
Are you a University of Michigan graduate?
Yes, I am.
I guess I'm supposed to say Levia Blue. Okay.
Yeah, go. Yeah. Well, our first witness today is a good friend to all of us, represents Colorado's 1st Congressional District. I know she's disappointed that she's not here, and sadly there were some of us, I will say to Diana, that this morning to watch the final overtime period with the Wolverines against DU. So let me be the first to say congratulations this morning. And I know that you'd like to rub it in yourself personally, so I'm sort of glad you're 1,000 miles away. You probably would have knocked at my door. But anyway, you have represented your district. Where I've been is you've been here to Ann Arbor and Michigan a number of times since 1997. You serve as the top Democrat on the important subcommittee on health and the Energy and Commerce Committee. Of course, you and I were partners in the lead sponsor with me on 21st Century Cures, an effort that took a couple of years to get through. We had many willing colleagues joining us, but you get so much credit for getting this legislation through. And we're delighted that you're able to spend a little time with us on Zoom, and we'd like you to give some opening remarks, and then I'm sure many of us on this panel would like to ask you a few questions. So with that,
thank you. Well, thank you so much, Fred. And I'm so sorry that I'm unable to join you in person. I was really looking forward to seeing all of my friends. So many of my friends are commissioners, and so many former Energy and Commerce members. You, Anna Eshu, Susan Brooks, Jim Greenwood. And so welcome to all of you, and thank you for doing this. I really had hoped to be able to express my excitement at the defeat of Michigan last night in double overtime.
It was this morning. It was this morning.
Well, for you, yeah, it was double overtime by the University of Denver Pioneers, who now go on to the finals of the Frozen Four. But Fred, don't worry, you guys do have that victory from the other night, and you should bask in the glow of that, at least that little bit of good news that you got this week. You've asked me to talk about Congress's role in advancing biodefense, public health preparedness, and medical innovation. And I can't think of a better time to talk about that question than right now, because frankly, Congress's role has never been more important, and it's never been more under stress. And I find myself quite often lately being the skunk at the picnic, but I think it's important that we all, in a bipartisan way, understand the risks that we face right now. First of all, let me talk about what Congress's role looks like when we are actually doing what's right. Fred talked about all of our work on the Cures Act, And when we started that bill, we didn't have all the answers. Instead, we brought together a broad coalition of scientists, researchers, and innovators, and we asked them a simple question: what do you need right now to do your job? And we listened and we built a proposal around that. And that's how Congress is supposed to work. Fred alluded to the fact that cures included a number of important biodefense provisions, new authorities to accelerate medical countermeasures, and a framework for long-term bipartisan investment. The goal of this was durability, not to have a system that resets every 4 years after the presidential election, but one that protects our country irrespective of who's in charge, because our research infrastructure is really our first line against biodefense threats. Now, so for years, the United States has set the global standard in biomedical research. All of us have seen it around the world. Secretary Shalala mentioned when she was in Japan, and so many of our researchers from here in the U.S. have partnered up with Japanese researchers to advance important stem cell research and other issues. And so our science doesn't just lead, it powers global progress. But unfortunately, as we've seen in the last slightly over a year, that leadership is not guaranteed, because if we stop being the most important and reliable place to do cutting edge research, the best scientists are going to go somewhere else. And the place that is trying to attract them right now, that somewhere else is China. So what we have seen over the last year is that the Trump administration is canceling grants over words or language, but China is investing heavily in biotechnology. It's actively recruiting U.S. trained researchers. It's, believe it or not, it's actually offering stability at the same moment that the United States is creating uncertainty. And this really has real consequences. The next breakthrough, the next vaccine, the next countermeasure against a global pandemic may not be developed here, which is shocking for us to think about. It won't be controlled here. It may not benefit here. And so the bottom line is really, if we're not leading, we're following. And in biodefense, all of us will agree, following is not the place to be. So none of this works without a genuine commitment to science and public health. Following the science truly is the foundation of effective biodefense. University research, federally supported research, public-private partnerships, these are really what we need to respond to emerging diseases. And we have to be honest in our conversations. We can't do this just with private industry. And I think everybody here agrees with that. But people need to hear it. Government really has a unique and essential role because we fund early stage research. We take the risks that the private sector won't because they don't see the financial benefit. And we see the national priorities, and we build the ecosystem that innovation depends on. But biodefense isn't just about research. It's about readiness, preparation, and mitigation. And frankly, here's where the alarm bells are ringing the loudest. I looked at the president's budget that came out last week. It puts the administration on a direct collision course with Congress on health security. It proposes, unbelievably, it proposes deep cuts to our preparedness infrastructure. Most importantly, it calls for eliminating the hospital preparedness program entirely. This would be a serious mistake. HPP at ASPR and PHEP at the CDC, they're already underfunded and oversubscribed. Sure, there's always room for improvement, but now is the time for investment improvement like Fred and I did in cures, not just bulldozing public health with no plan for fixing it. The healthcare coalitions supported by HPP are preparing for exactly the scenarios we worry about the most: state-sponsored attacks, emerging biological threats, and mass casualty events. They're running simulations and exercises. Their value extends simply beyond simple biological threats. They're really critical during things like heat waves, wildfires, and the public health emergencies that we're seeing more and more every year. So I've got to say, Congress elevated ASPR for a reason. We needed a coordinated leader for medical and public health response, something sort of closer to a combatant command structure to deal with a different set of issues than CDC. I will submit that logic has not changed. So it makes no sense to preserve funding for BARDA on one hand while cutting HPP and dismantling much of ASPR on the other. BARDA helps develop the tools, but then ASPR and our preparedness infrastructure are what we can make sure that those tools can get deployed and coordinated and used when disaster strikes. Undermining that system defeats the very system of creating ASPR in the first place. Frankly, it's like buying a car and then slashing the tires. And now when you look at this budget, it's not just HHS. Cuts to Homeland Security, particularly FEMA and CISA, are deeply troubling. In any real biothreat scenario, those agencies would have to work side by side with HHS. And I'm sorry to say, the cuts are not surprising. The latest national security strategy does not even mention biodefense, biosecurity, pandemics, or disease. Not once. President Trump also has not appointed a head of the Office of Pandemic Preparedness and Response, which frankly is in direct violation of federal law. So this tells you something important. If biodefense is going to be a national priority, it's going to have to come from Congress because the executive branch has made it clear they're not going to lead in earnest here. So I wish I could tell you the result of this is that we're moving forward on the next major visionary bipartisan package, sort of a Cures 2.1 or 2.0 plus or something like that. And that remains a goal of mine on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And I will say, most of you know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on that committee. I think that there is a real desire among those members as well to do something around preparedness. But the reality is that our august committee has become paralyzed like so many of the other committees in Congress. And the leadership has been unwilling to lead on the issues that are most important to Americans in our future. So the longer this continues, the harder it's going to be to rebuild. Just a couple more thoughts. We have to be clear-eyed about something. Our plans cannot be simply premised on just re-injecting money into these atrophied agencies. When you lose a whole workforce with institutional knowledge that walks out the door, when partnerships with states, local governments, and international allies are weakened, that's not going to come back overnight. The damage being done now could take years to repair. And that's the other thing I'm worried about. So this is one reason why I think we need to focus on what we can accomplish right now. And at the top of that list is PAPA reauthorization. PAPA is the backbone of our defense and preparedness system. Frankly, it's not optional. Last Congress, Elon Musk killed PAPA and a suite of other bipartisan legislation with just one tweet. And in this Congress, frankly, my Republican colleagues have continued to demonstrate their antipathy towards public health and pandemic preparedness. I might sound a little hysterical because I am. We can't wait anymore. At a minimum, we need a clean reauthorization of PAPA this year. But most of us will agree we need to strengthen PAPA as well. We need to build in durable protections for science, for preparedness programs, and for long-term resilience. If we want to be ready for the next biological threat, whether it's natural, accidental, or deliberate, we have to act now. And we've done it before. We've been able to do it. We know how to do it. The question is whether we have the will to do it. And so I'm hoping that I can continue to work, as I always have, with my colleagues across the aisle and on my side of the aisle to make this happen. And I really welcome all of your participation and assistance in helping persuade my colleagues that this is urgent and we need to do it now. Thanks so much, Fred, and happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Diana, for taking time to spend with us this morning. Again, we all so much appreciate your leadership over the years to get 21st Century Cures done. And I guess and I look forward to seeing you next week. I'm going to be there speaking.
Oh, good.
With the portrait hanging of Kathy McMorris Rogers,
Right.
Greg Walden,
Yes.
and I'll be there in the
Okay.
21-23. Brief question. You've been on the committee for a good number of years. We know the importance of this. What is your crystal ball? I mean, those of us now on the outside, we see the shutdowns, we see the CRs, we see, Congress flailing away and not getting a lot of things done. Things have to happen. What is your crystal ball in terms of looking at the PAPA reauthorization bill? I know Susan Brooks here and Anna Eshoo, they worked very closely with you when we first enacted that a number of years ago. What is your crystal ball on what's going to happen? Are we going to just end up with a CR and nothing happens? Are you having hearings? Are you going to have the administration come and testify and defend its budget before the committee, like happened when I was chair and we had the Obama administration come and testify? I mean, where are things in terms of the agenda in the Energy and Commerce Committee to get things done?
So we are having in 2 weeks, I believe on April 21st, thereabouts, Secretary Kennedy is coming in to as is the tradition to explain the administration's budget, and I will expect that the House Subcommittee will have some pointed questions about biodefense and about PAPA reauthorization and what the plan is of the administration on that. I have a number of so those of you who know me well know I've got a number of sort of broad thinking pieces of legislation, including Cures 2.1, that I've been trying to, former Congressman Larry Bouchon and I tried to build on some of the successes of 21st Century Cures. And we've put together, before he retired, we put together a white paper, and I've been trying to get some interest on the other side in doing a broad expansion of 21st Century Cures and some other bills, the VALID Act, the lab-based testing, and other bills. And I haven't really seen an appetite on the other side of the aisle for doing broad healthcare-based legislation. And I've talked extensively to Chairman Guthrie and also to Chairman Griffith, who is now the chair of the Health Subcommittee, about this. I'm afraid, though, now the runway is getting a little bit short for broad legislation in this Congress because we're already in the middle of primary season and people are off running. But hope springs eternal, and I think PAPA reauthorization is one thing that we could surely work on in a bipartisan way. So we're continuing to talk to our colleagues, to talk to the chair about the agenda, and to really try to at least push through a few broad things like this before the end of the year.
Well, good luck. Don Shalala.
Hi,
Mr. Chairman.
Diana. One of the things it occurred to me when you were talking about scientists leaving is they're not taking their students with them, and we have to worry about the next generation of training grants and training the next generation. A place like Michigan, that is central to what they do. I was going to ask you if Congress is at all going to think, particularly when you have administrations that take legislation and don't really implement it in the way that you expect, whether Congress is thinking about being even more prescriptive and changing the nature of how it writes legislation with incentives or disincentives that will force administrations to do what Congress intends for them to do?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Donna, and I think you already see this happening is particularly in the appropriations legislation that we just passed because of some of the, by the way, illegal efforts of Doge and others to strip money away that had been appropriated. In the 2026 budget that we passed, we did put some guardrails on many of our programs to not allow the funds to be stripped away. And I think as we in the authorizing committees like Energy and Commerce, I think that we will have to look even more closely at that. Although many of the attempts that the administration made to redirect or just simply not spend funds were enjoined by the courts. They were stopped by the courts because Congress had authorized and appropriated them. But still, you don't want to really have to rely on, University of Michigan, Anschutz Medical Center here in Colorado at the University of Colorado. You don't want those researchers to have to file lawsuits in order to be able to get the grants that were authorized and appropriated. So I think putting some of that language into legislation at the front end, I think we're thinking more and more about that.
And also taking away some discretionary authority to move money.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred.
Governor Ridge.
Yes, I wanted to go on record as being opposed to cuts to the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. That's a big relief to all of us, Tom.
Well, but the trouble is, you probably won't get anywhere mentioning my name in the White House. So, but given the nature of the work they do, it just seems if you're cutting there, where's the big budget increase in defense?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
But
By the way, thank you, Congresswoman, for your service.
thank you for your service. And let me say,
I need you these days.
let me say there is I think there's a bipartisan recognition of the need to invest in biodefense and also to improve our policies. We just need to make that happen, and that's what we need to push forward.
Thank you, Governor. For those of you that don't know in the audience, Governor Ridge, of course, was the Secretary of Homeland Security. So he has a little bit of a stake in this the fight. Next is
Again?
Tom Daschle.
Well, thank you, Fred. Diana, I so admire your passion for health and your commitment to bipartisanship, and delighted you could be with us this morning with your busy schedule. I can't help but think that since we're on a campus at a very prestigious university, and because we're all members of the commission, given the level of dysfunction in Congress and the extraordinary steps this administration is taking to undermine science, I guess the question for me would be, what can we do? What can the commission do? What can a university do to help offset some of the devastating consequences that we see unfolding virtually daily in Congress and in this administration? What would you advise? What are you advising your constituents? What could you tell us about what we can do given these circumstances?
Well, one thing that I think is very important is for researchers and for people like you to continue to raise the importance of this important research and the impact that it has on our security, our national security, but also the impact that it has on academic research, on up and coming scientists and so on. Oftentimes, I think people like us who work in this space, we understand the risks and benefits. We understand how important it is. All of us lived through the pandemic, and we've lived through other national crises, and we understand the importance of all of these institutions. But I don't think we can assume that my colleagues in Congress necessarily have that depth of knowledge of the importance of this work in their own congressional districts. And one of the reasons why, for example, in the 2026 budget, the Trump administration had proposed cuts of 40% to the NIH. And we were able to have even a very slight increase in the final legislation that passed. And the way we were able to do that was by by leaders like you and people in the research universities in the home states of those Congress people and senators, talking to them about the real research that was going on and the importance of that research, not just for our nation, but also for their community. So I think, research institutions really are an economic driver of their local communities. And I think it's important that they establish those relationships with their members of Congress from both sides of the aisle.
That's great counsel. Thank you very much.
Susan Brooks.
Hello, Diana. Wonderful to see you, and thanks so much for your leadership and continued voice in trying to protect our nation. And I want to talk about PAPA because I was involved in the reauthorization in 2019. That's the last time it was reauthorized. Anna and I carried that legislation. And when you talk, I am always very concerned that your colleagues don't really understand what was in PAPA and what is currently in PAPA. And so when you talk about eliminating hospital preparedness grants, what should we be recommending or what should we be doing to help you and others explain the importance of PAPA from, all of the issues around biodefense that are in it? But everyone understands their hospitals need to be prepared for the next pandemic or for a biological incident, the next horrible attack like anthrax, which happened 25 years ago. How do we educate your colleagues and their staffs? What is the best way? Anna and I started a biodefense caucus that I think doesn't exist anymore. And it's meant to bring staffers together and people together to learn about these important issues. Is there any appetite in doing that any longer? In having these kind of working groups or study groups, caucuses?
So we have some wonderful new leaders on PAPA this Congress. Congresswoman Trahan and Congressman Dunn are both leading it, and they've both been really active, and I'm trying to help them in trying to educate the members of the committee. As you mentioned, anthrax was 25 years ago, and so few members of Congress were actually there 25 years ago to experience this. As you point out, it's really important to let members know how important PAPA is and how important it is to reauthorize it. So I know they're working hard, and I think this is one of the bills we've been discussing, trying to elevate on the agenda.
Are there any caucuses or anything we could support in that effort that you know of?
I will have to double check.
Okay.
But what I am going to do is next week, when I get back to Washington, I'm gonna seek out Congressman Guthrie and Congressman Griffith and talk to them about this panel and this event and the concern that everyone has, and see if I can't nudge it forward.
Thank you.
Jim Greenwood.
Morning, my old friend. How are you, Diana?
Good.
Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Fred and Susan have asked you questions about reauthorization of PAPA in this Congress. I want to look a little bit more forward than that to the fact that in less than 9 months, you will fairly good chance that you'll move from the ranking member of this Health Committee to the chair of the Health Committee. And my question is, what might your priorities be in that role in terms of what you would like to maybe address first, second, and third that actually will have It's unknown what the Senate majority will be, but that might have some chance of actually becoming law.
Well, thank you from your lips to God's ears. What I think is, as I alluded to in my opening remarks, we really I think that the entire I'm not going to try to reform the entirety of Congress, because that I realize everybody has limitations, but in the healthcare space, I think we really need to recommit ourselves to identifying the critical issues that are facing us right now, and then to think in a broad way, as we have done on the energy and commerce for so many years, think in a broad way about what we can do legislatively to help address those areas. So part of that is going to be one of the most urgent and immediate issues is going to be trying to restore some stability and sanity to all of the HHS agencies, including CDC, which has been really decimated under this administration. But then the second thing is to look at issues like pandemic preparedness, to see where people took their eyes off of where we need to be, and then to try to restore those programs and see where we need to go further. And then the third thing is we really need to look very closely, and this is not directly what this commission does, but I think all Americans care about it. We need to do a deep dive and a bipartisan dive, if we can, into the high cost of healthcare right now in this country and the growing cost of pharmaceuticals, and what Congress can actually do to bend that curve, because it's crept up on us over the years, and now everybody just seems to be stuck in their position, but that's a crisis too. We can develop a cure over at NIH, and it can be developed by research universities and pharmacy and pharma. But then if it's too expensive for the patients to receive, then we might as well not have it. So those are going to be some of my broad priorities. And in addition, we have many members who have bipartisan legislation that's just been sort of stuck. And I think there's a lot of good ideas people have on healthcare policy that we could be moving through fairly quickly in a new Congress.
And I think Jake Auchincloss is a good example of a thought leader.
Jake Auchincloss has a new idea every day. And just so you know, not all of his ideas are healthcare ideas. He's a wonderful, wonderful asset to the committee.
Right. Well, it reminds me of somebody said of Newt Gingrich, he's have files and files and files of cabinets of Newt's ideas, and then we have a little cigar box that says Newt's good ideas. But I hope that if it's not already underway, that structuring an agenda for the next term is something that you can lead in and publicize between now and the election. I think it'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
Ken Weinstein.
Fred, thank you very much. I have no questions other than to say thank you for your appearing and your diligent work in this area. It's sorely needed.
Peggy Hamburg.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see you, Diana, and I applaud Jim's optimism about your future leadership roles. But certainly I had the great pleasure of working with you and seeing your leadership in action when I was the Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, and your continuing commitments. One thought and one question. In this current environment with the situation in the Middle East, et cetera, is that a good sort of news hook for you to really reframe PAPA in terms of, its critical, essential needs in our nation's ability to be prepared for a public health threat, and looking not just at, what's needed with PAPA, but all the other dismantling of capabilities in the pandemic preparedness and biothreat arena? We are less prepared than we've ever been at a moment when perhaps the targeted risks are higher than they've been in a very, very long time. So just one thought there. You're the politician, I am not. But it does seem to me that this might be a moment when some of this might be more meaningful than others. And we'll see, of course, how things unfold in terms of activities in the Middle East and the potentials for domestic terrorism in that context. My question for you is really about another element of the broad agenda that you and Fred helped push forward with the Cures Act and activities to advance biomedical product research and innovation, and that's ARPA-H. And, it was an important concept when it was developed, building on the model of DARPA, which we've seen make many contributions to the applications of science and technology in the world we live in and in our future. And ARPA-H, had always sort of struggled to define itself, but the vision, I think, was a really great one. And the early work, showed the promise. And I'm wondering, where are we at now with ARPA-H, and how do you feel about opportunities for the future? Thank you.
Well, so first of all, I think that's a very intriguing. I think that's a very intriguing idea about trying to hook the urgency of pandemic preparedness and biodefense to the current situation in the Middle East, and so I'm going to explore that some more. So ARPA-H, it really has been in its earliest stages, but they have already seen some results. In Colorado, for example, they've got Everett Anschutz. They've got a program to actually regrow bone in joints, and they're doing some work with blindness and ARPA-H over there that's extraordinary and could be revolutionary work. So ARPA-H isn't paying off yet, but people really have hope for it. Interestingly, ARPA-H has not really been in the political limelight as much. When President Trump first came into office, they talked about eliminating ARPA-H. This year, the administration's calling for about a third cut of ARPA-H. But I think if we see the budget process go anywhere like it went last year, we won't see that cut. I think to the point about if I were the chair of this committee, it would be important early in the next Congress to actually have an ARPA-H hearing and to bring in some of the researchers and scientists to talk about how ARPA-H is working and what kinds of cures it's looking at, and how it's working in a different way than the traditional research structure over at NIH. So I'm glad you brought that up, because we haven't spent a lot of time talking about it, but in the meantime, this research is chugging away in a really extraordinary fashion. I was actually out at Anschutz a few months ago meeting with these eye researchers who were getting this money.
Great. Thank you.
I might just piggyback on that, Diane, in that we had the former director of ARPA-H come testify, and she was terrific in terms of some of the promises that they were talking about really getting done. And I guess that's one thing about when you pass a continuing resolution, a CR, it keeps the funding at the previous year's level, and we were able to get $1 billion for it in my last year in the Congress, so that's important. Last person to ask questions, Raj Punjabi.
Great. Thank you, Representative, for your work, and enjoyed working with your team when I was at the National Security Council in the last administration and the predecessor office for the pandemic preparedness unit that was established by Congress. So I just want to take this moment to thank you for your leadership. My question has to do with how we communicate the stakes and the importance and the significance of investing in science. You made a really profound point at the top of your remarks that essentially biomedical research is biodefense research, and that there are both national security implications, economic competitiveness implications, but there are also very human implications. You mentioned the hospital preparedness program proposed cuts. We all remember quite recently how the surge in COVID patients that in hospitals around the country, especially in rural areas and safety net hospitals that typically don't have the capacity or at full capacity to take care of the normal set of diseases we deal with, were overwhelmed with COVID patients, and how that affected not just patients with COVID or at risk for COVID, but those who needed to go to the hospital for a broken limb or a surgery or cancer treatment, and how those hospitals became overwhelmed because they didn't have pre-positioned supplies and they didn't have the kind of grant funding that a hospital preparedness program offers. And so I want to ask you in this moment, when perhaps more than ever, Americans are more sensitive to how these proposed cuts in science and research impact their day-to-day lives, are we doing enough, especially in this election year, to communicate with Americans and leverage this moment of tension and concern to ongoing support at the level of communities and in the public for science in the long term? Are we doing enough to communicate? And if not, are there messages we should be emphasizing more in this moment?
Well, let me. I don't mean to. I think we should always talk to our constituents about the urgency of preparedness. I will say right now with the I'm trying to be diplomatic here, that, right now with all of the chaos that's going on with this war in Iran, with the affordability issues that we have here at home, I don't think that concern about pandemic or biodefense preparedness, even if we put that out there more to the public, I don't think it would be their top concern. And so what I think is it's incumbent on us as thought leaders and policymakers to make sure this is why people elect us to be their representatives. And I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that those systems are in place. So for example, if we do get a if we do get a attack, we have what we need. If we get another some kind of a biological outbreak, then we have the PPE that we need. I think it's incumbent on us, and where I'm really focusing right now is more on my colleagues who, they can't get complacent in this. They can't pretend that it doesn't exist. They need to be the ones stepping up to protect their constituents. And I think that's just the way our current climate is right now.
Thank you. Just one follow-up. You mentioned that Americans, when it comes to healthcare, have other concerns. Preparedness may not rise to the top of their agenda, and therefore we have it's important as leaders to ensure people don't become complacent. In the Cures 2.1 proposal you've put forward, there are a number of things that are very much at the top of the list of the mind of Americans, whether it's access to the latest cell and gene therapy or access to clinical trials if you live in a rural area. I'm curious if you see an opportunity, because those messages are so resonant with Americans, they are everyday kitchen table issues, they're chronic, they're long-term. Are there more opportunities to link the agenda for biodefense and pandemic preparedness to the agenda for Cures 2.1?
Absolutely, and I think we should talk about doing that as we move forward. I continue to talk to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to the two chairmen, about moving 2.1. I was ready to go. Larry and I, as I said, did the white paper, but now this gives us an opportunity to add even more provisions that we need. So I'm certainly willing to do that.
Thank you.
Well, Diana, again, I want to thank you for spending some time with us. We look forward to seeing you next week. Keep the faith, and it's going to be a little battle here between DU and Wisconsin, so we'll let you and Donna.
Yeah, Donna,
Frozen
we'll
Four.
see you on the ice.
Yeah. All
Thank
right.
you, everybody. Thanks for having me, and again, I look forward to seeing you in person.
Great. Thank you. Ken Weinstein, you're in charge.
Okay.
The next panel.
Next panel, please. If you come on up.
We were pushing out social media on our phones. Oh, that was a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good to see the three of you. Thanks for joining us. So panel 2 is entitled Great Lakes Vigilance, creative term. But this is, we're looking at the biothreat from a number of different perspectives, and in particular as to the extent of the threat, both naturally occurring threat as well as the human intentional threat. And as you know, the commission here has been in business now about a dozen years or so, and the biological threat continues to grow and continues to threaten our nation. There's an increasing number of natural biological events, Ebola, Zika, COVID-19, Mpox, and the like, and those indicate that naturally occurring diseases will continue to impact animal, human, and plant health, and do so with greater frequency. At the same time, the threat of intentional, man-made acts of bioterror remain a reality, a very serious reality. In fact, in its 2025 Verification and Compliance Report, the State Department continued to acknowledge that Russia and North Korea possess active offensive biological weapons programs, and that China and Iran probably do too. And as Fred and Peggy, I think, both alluded to, the recent U.S. involvement in the conflict over in Iran raises additional questions about the state of the, concerns about the state of the Iranian biological weapons research and program, and the capability or willingness of the Iranian military to deploy biological weapons against the U.S. and its allies, particularly if they believe that survival of the regime is at stake. So this threat is real, it's continuing, it's unabated, and it's now being heightened in many ways as advances in technology exacerbate the threat, lowering the barrier of entry for state and non-state and even individual actors to both obtain and use biological weapons. So to discuss this state of affairs, and not only the threat, but the measures that are being taken to address this threat, we have a panel of experts who can speak to the threat sort of across the spectrum. And I'll introduce each of the three of you, and then I'll turn to you, Jennifer, to start with your remarks. Jennifer Runyon is the special agent in charge of the FBI Detroit Field Office, joined the FBI in 2009 as an analyst, became a special agent the next year in 2010, and was assigned to the Sacramento Field Office, worked international terrorism, gangs, transnational organized crime cases. In 2018, she was promoted to supervisory special agent in the counterintelligence division, working hybrid commercial threats, and in 2019, she became the special assistant to the assistant director of the international operations division. She then, in 2021, became the supervisory special agent over the Washington Field Office, National Capital Response Squad, and in 2023, she was promoted to assistant special agent in charge of crisis response and mission services in the Detroit Field Office, and then selected as the section chief for the counterintelligence division's clandestine operations section. Before that illustrious career in the FBI, she worked as a nuclear policy analyst in the Office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear Matters. To her right is Natasha Bagdasarian. Got that right? Yep. Okay. Dr. Natasha Bagdasarian is the Chief Medical Executive for the state of Michigan, a role she's been in since 2021. In this role, she provides overall medical guidance for the state of Michigan as a member of Governor Whitmer's cabinet. She chairs the Michigan Public Health Advisory Council, the Childhood Lead Elimination Commission, the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, and the Opioid Task Force. She's board certified by the American Board of Internal Medicine in Infectious Diseases, and she also serves as an adjunct faculty at the University of Michigan School of Public Health. And finally, Dr. Nora Wineland is the state veterinarian for the state of Michigan. She works closely with the staff at the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in the Animal Industry Division. And together they work collaboratively with other agencies, stakeholders, and animal health partners to achieve the mission of protecting, regulating, and promoting animal health. She's been serving as a state veterinarian since 2018. Prior to her service for the state, she worked extensively in regulatory medicine, designing and implementing national disease eradication programs, developing national livestock health studies, and serving as the first head of the Department of Agriculture Center for Animal Welfare. So a lineup of true experts. We're honored to have you here. And Jennifer, if we could, I'll start with you.
Great. Can you hear me? Yes, it works. Well, good morning. I want to thank you all for having me and convening this important discussion. It's truly an honor to be with leaders who take both this threat so seriously and give us the opportunity to talk about the complex challenges that we face in this evolving environment. As many of you know well, the nature of the bio threat has fundamentally changed. We're no longer operating in a world where the bio risk is limited to nation-state weapons programs or highly specialized actors. Today, the barriers to entry are much lower, the tools are more accessible, and the pace of scientific advancement, particularly in biotechnology and synthetic biology, is accelerating rapidly. And while that progress brings tremendous promise, it also introduces many new vulnerabilities. From my vantage point as the head of the FBI field office in Michigan, we see this convergence in real time. Here in Michigan, as we've all know, we have some world-class research institutions like the University of Michigan, advanced bioscience companies, and growing life science sector represented by groups like MichBio. These are critical engines of innovation, but they also underscore our continued need to focus on protecting this research and data from insider threats, from cyber attacks, and intellectual property theft. Detroit also serves as a key point of entry and one of the most significant land border locations for biosecurity, especially for agricultural and cross-border movement. And while this creates enormous economic opportunity for Michigan, it also requires all of us to remain aware of the potential, bio risks that it introduces and could create. So for the FBI, when we talk about bio threats, I'm not merely talking about hypotheticals. We're dealing in real, present threats that require our vigilance. Just in the past year, FBI investigations have disrupted multiple efforts by individuals involved in the illegal movement of biological materials tied to major research institutions, which truly underscores that adversaries are actively targeting the U.S. research ecosystem. And more broadly, we're now confronting the threat environment, as we've discussed, that not only includes state-sponsored biological capabilities, but terrorist organizations seeking an asymmetric impact and small groups or lone actors with access to dual-use technologies that were once out of their reach. So in short, the convergence of innovation, accessibility, and intent have created a more dynamic and unpredictable risk landscape than ever before. And that's where the FBI plays a critical role. I'm sure many of you know, but for those who don't, the FBI is the lead federal agency for investigating and responding to threats of weapons of mass destruction, including biological threats. But our role goes far beyond just traditional law enforcement. Through our full-time WMD coordinator, who's actually here with me today, and every field office's WMD coordinator, the FBI focuses on 4 key priorities to help us mitigate the bio threat here in the United States. First, we focus on prevention. Our priority is to identify the threats before they materialize, leveraging intelligence, integrating information from across multiple agencies, and working closely with our state and local partners. For here in Michigan, in my office, that includes daily collaboration with public health laboratories and epidemiologists who are often the first to detect unusual patterns or anomalies at their lab. We also actively train and conduct outreach to state, local, and even international law enforcement partners so that they too are prepared to identify potential threats, to notify the FBI, and then to work with us to respond to any potential incidents. Ooh, I have a minute left, sorry. Second, we prioritize partnerships. We recognize that the biosecurity front lines is not just in government, it's in laboratories, universities, and private companies. And we prioritize building trusted relationships with scientific community so that researchers know when and how to engage us if something doesn't look right. Third, we focus on disruption and response. When threats emerge, we have a wide range of investigative, technical, and crisis response capabilities that we can bring to bear, and we do bring to bear, when these incidents occur or any suspicious activity is identified. And finally, we invest significantly in preparedness. We conduct joint training exercises with both law enforcement, public health, and emergency management partners to ensure that we are ready to respond to any biological event. For us, relationships and coordination cannot be built in real time. They must already exist. So because we recognize, and for my time I will cut it short, that prevention for us is our #1 way that we measure ourselves, not just in response.
We're doing fine with times.
Are you sure? Okay, thank you. So I do want to be clear that the strength of our biodefense posture is the FBI. We don't measure it just purely can we respond. We push ourselves to measure how much we can help prevent. And for us, that depends on increasing awareness throughout the communities, increasing our collaboration with partners, and ensuring that we recognize there's a shared responsibility for biodefense for all communities in the United States. So for all of us in the room, I think the hardest things that we're all grappling with is how do we keep pace with the speed of innovation? How are we effectively integrating public health and national security efforts? And how are we building the partnerships necessary to identify threats early and take action decisively? So from Michigan to the national stage, I want all of you to know the FBI remains committed to working alongside all of you across government, industry, and the scientific community to ensure that we're not only prepared for what comes next, but that we're actively shaping a future that is more resilient and safe for all of us. Thank you.
Natasha.
Thank you so much. I am honored to be addressing this this group of commissioners, and I just want to thank you all for putting this important conversation together. I really think of biodefense as a place where public health, animal health, and national security come together, so what a fantastic panel to be on. As the representative from public health here today, there are a lot of things that I could ask for, that I could tell you that I need to do my job taking care of the health of 10 million people here residing in the state of Michigan. We could talk about the need for flexible funding for public health, the fact that public health is doing more than ever with fewer resources in 2026, the need for data modernization, and the need to rebuild trust with the public. But because we have limited time, I'm just going to focus on a couple of key topics. And the two themes that I hope will emerge are the need for coordination and the need for a One Health approach. So I'd like to talk about my first need, and that is this idea of a One Health approach to biodefense. A lot of what we do in public health, in animal health, and national security is very siloed. There is oftentimes a lack of interagency planning. There is sometimes difficulty with cross-sector data sharing. And a lot of times we don't have the data platforms that we need in order to see this data in a layered and comprehensive way. The example I can give you here from the state of Michigan was with H5N1, where we had a threat posed both to agriculture, to wildlife, and to human health. And we were relying on voluntary cooperation when it came to things like data sharing. And a lot of times there was a financial disincentive to folks for that type of data sharing to take place. So this One Health approach is really key, and that means looking at biodefense from the interface between humans, animals, and the environment. The second request that I have in order to do my job more effectively is to, again, look at this from a One Health approach, but make sure that we have some sort of cross-sector strategy hub, that we're coming together to think about strategy across these different areas. As you are all aware, we tend to have a very decentralized approach to public health in this country, which is fine and oftentimes can be a good thing because then we're really taking that localized, specialized approach to what communities need. But sometimes that strays into fragmentation rather than just merely a decentralized approach. And a One Health strategy hub could ensure that we are all rowing in the same direction, and that strategy is then guiding our operations, that we are no longer putting out guidance without thinking about what that overarching strategy is. The example that I'd like to give you here is our wastewater surveillance strategy. We have the tools now to really look at diseases, both animal diseases, human diseases, in a really novel way. But a lot of this work is being done in a very fragmented way. Geography and pathogens that are identified are being done on a convenience basis or on what local jurisdictions have the ability to do, rather than a comprehensive strategic way. And my last request is we need some sort of One Health coordination when it comes to communications. I mentioned this idea of needing to rebuild trust with the public. And part of that idea of rebuilding trust is having a cohesive communications approach when we're talking to the public. When we talk about any public health issue of importance, whether it was COVID-19 or H5N1, a lot of times messaging is directed by whoever is appearing on CNN. And then we are having to respond to that in real time. We have disconnected systems, healthcare, public health, animal health, agriculture, wildlife, and again, getting people on the same page with a coordinated communications approach would be wonderful. We also have to make sure that we are telling people the why, that we are telling people the strategy when it comes to our public health decisions, and with the understanding that stories are really what persuade folks when it comes to these types of conversations. And in conclusion, 14 seconds, I just want to say that right now in 2026, in terms of public health, we have the tools, we have the science, and we have the experience to prevent the next biothreat from occurring. But what we need now is the coordination and the clarity to use those tools. Thank you so much.
Just for the record, this panel gets the award for the best time compliance and time compliance observance. So thank you for that. Dr. Wineland.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to come before this group again. As you all may remember, I came before you almost 18 months ago, I think, to talk specifically about H5N1. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit more broadly about some of the concerns that we have, because the next thing that comes in our that threatens us may not be something we know about, like H5N1 or FMD or screwworm, although those are definitely on the list of things that keep me up at night and concerned. I think we have a lot of lessons that we have learned as we work through the H5N1 situation, and Dr. Bagdasarian identified some of those. And so we are working, I think, together in many ways. Could we do more? Absolutely. Animal disease prevention and preparedness and response is really a team effort. And that is a team of state folks, state regulators, if you will, on the ag, the wildlife, public health, and environment, our federal partners, including the FBI and many others, scientists, laboratorians, industry, our industry. It's a communication thing, but also a priority thing. Veterinarians, allied industries, so those who support our industries, and frankly, many players along the supply chain that need to be a part of the solution and be a part, frankly, of the communication so that we can all row in one direction. So an ounce of prevention, as they say, is worth a pound of cure. So some of the things that we have learned is that we need biosecurity, we need preparedness, our producers need tools to protect themselves from that next threat, whether it's known or unknown. And I'm happy to say that our industry has learned some of that, and they're taking advantage of the tools that have been offered through USDA in the form of assessments and audits, to look at where their risks are. And I think that's really important going forward because in general, biosecurity for one disease is probably going to help us for those unknown diseases and other diseases. Knowing how to report, what to look for is also really important. I think when I came before you before, I talked about some of the challenges of that communication with our veterinarians. So we've learned some lessons, and we are offering CE as part of our updates to make sure that our veterinarians are, and our producers are aware, because in Michigan, everyone has a duty to report under our law if they see something that seems to indicate there's an infectious or contagious disease potentially out there. So for response, having a plan, even if it's not the perfect plan and isn't the one that you use, is helpful because it means that a producer or a responder has gone through the process of thinking about what are they gonna do. They've created some muscle memory around the decisions that need to be made. And so when it comes time to make a decision, they are able to do so much more quickly. So as an example, I think we had some challenges back in 2024 with some of our depopulation speed. And our industry, our poultry industry has purchased a foamer, so they are no longer having to wait for the stockpile if there's a foamer not available when we need it. So that's been a huge improvement for us because getting rid of that virus quickly when it's found is really important to limiting the spread. Disposal has also been a huge challenge. In Michigan, burial is not an option. So we're left with landfills or composting. And those are not easy challenges to do in the face of trying to keep a virus from spreading. And so we've been working with our producers to try and figure out how we can better approach that disposal question. In 2024, access to carbon and ability to then take that compost, it's not really compost, it's not finished, it's not something you can use, but it's eliminated the virus, and what do you do with that? That was a huge problem. We're still looking at what we can do. Finally, in watching the clock, I don't want to ruin this panel's award for that. We have spent a lot of time with exercises and preparedness. So one thing we do in Michigan is have what we call sample team. And that's every 3 years, the department works across the department with some of the different kinds of emergencies we might face as a Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. And we bring people together. This last year, we brought people together in 10 locations around the state for one day using the incident management team approach to address a problem, such as getting a water sample or dragging for ticks, or getting a clean, dirty line set up in the case of an animal disease so we could keep the disease on the dirty side of the line and our people could practice what it means to put on that PPE. That's so important to keep themselves safe and to stop the spread of disease. So leadership at the national level, I did want to, if it's okay with the panel, that is really important. And we depend on their sort of overarching direction of how to do things because diseases don't care about state borders, state budgets, or state laws. And we have to deal with them, and we need that federal help there. And I think we've hit on it here in this panel, but the need for clear communication and trust is critical. We need to all know each other so that when those temperatures are high because we have something to respond to, we all know one another and we know what our goals are and we're able to leave that stuff aside and work together toward achieving the eradication or control of the disease. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all three of you. Excellent remarks. So I'm going to start the questioning, but I'll start with you, Jennifer. We're going to focus on you and on the FBI, if I may.
Of course.
So just in terms, you started off as an analyst, 2010, is that right?
2009.
Yeah. So things were still sort of building in the analyst side of the Bureau at that point. So interested in your perspective of this. In terms of, how strong is the analyst capability of the bio threat in the Bureau? Do you all recruit people with sort of bio backgrounds and expertise to focus on that threat?
Yeah, 100%. We're always looking for people who want to come and bring their experience from the private sector, from academia, into the FBI. Sometimes that transition can be challenging because it sometimes pays less than they could make in the private sector. But we're always looking for that, and obviously competing with other federal agencies like the CIA and DoD, who also wants those experience to help mitigate and get ahead of the WMD threat.
And the WMD coordinators in each of the field offices, do they coordinate the analytical side of things as well as the operational side?
So we have a dedicated analyst that works full-time on this topic, the
Really?
WMD topics. And
Each field office?
in each field office, yep. Ours is bigger, I would assume. In some smaller offices, they probably have a portfolio that has other topics to include domestic terrorism or other terrorism-related matters. But we are able to dedicate an analyst to that and works with our WMD coordinator, Jody, who's here. And they're actively, Jody's out every day meeting different partners, public health, state partners, law enforcement, international partners, and then our analyst is looking at the information that's coming in nationally, internationally, and then what we gather from those engagements at partnership levels to make sure that we have a comprehensive picture the best we can for here in Michigan.
Okay, I think you might have answered my question just now, because my next question was, or that's the sort of state of play in terms of the Bureau's analysis of the bio threat within the Bureau. Then the next question is, what about the link up with state and locals, public health officials? My question was, what is the mechanism for that? In the
Right.
sort of traditional terrorism sense, you'd have the JTTF.
Yeah, so we have the
everywhere.
JTTF. We have ongoing close relationships with the MIOC, the Michigan Intelligence Operations Center is what it stands for, and our fusion centers, DeCimic and MIOC are our two here in the state. So that brings together our MSP and other local and state law enforcement partners. So we have regular information sharing from an intelligence standpoint with them as well.
Okay. And then, so that's from the Bureau to the state and locals. Then how about up to, you alluded to national leadership, in terms of the coordination of the intelligence effort about the looming bio threat, but both naturally occurring, but I'm primarily focused on the, human intentional bioterror acts. How's that coordination then between the Bureau, the rest of the intelligence community that might be focused overseas, and then the other agencies, federal agencies that are involved in the bio threat?
Sure. So I'm not at headquarters right now in that space. Our counterterrorism division oversees all of our WMD resources and investigations. And so you have the national JTTF, you have regular analysts and analytical sections that cover all threats, but from the WMD standpoint, analysts who are looking at the range of threats there. And then due to their ongoing relationships in the NCR, they're able to share that information and have real-time collaboration on understanding what is facing the United States.
Okay. Raj might have some more questions about that. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So let me now turn it over to Representative Upton. Sir.
Well, thanks. Really appreciate your service to the nation and your passion and your dedication to getting things done. Question I have, Nora, and I want to sort of follow up from a little bit of our discussion from a year and a half ago. So those of you not from Michigan won't remember likely the issue that we had about 50 years ago when a fire retardant, PBB, was mixed in cattle feed and contaminated herds across the state. In fact, there were, just looked it up, 30,000 cattle were destroyed, 1.5 million chickens, thousands of pigs, 500 farms were impacted. It was a major, really, agriculture disaster in our state back in the 70s. More recently, we had the PFAS issue between 2010 and 2015 when PFAS was included as part of the sludge from sewage and laid out as fertilizer on farms across the state. But we've got a number of years now past that. Today, under your leadership, where would we have caught these earlier? I mean, what lessons did we learn from those over 50 years from where we are today as you look at, bird flu and other issues? How quickly can we respond, and how can we limit the damage to to something that we weren't really able to do much, certainly 50 years ago, to protect our important ag sector?
Right, that's a great question. And I actually did live in Michigan back then.
I did too. I did
So
too.
I remember some of those. So I think one of the things that was done prior to my coming back to Michigan was revising the Animal Industry Act to make sure that those toxins, because the examples you gave were toxins as opposed to biological concerns, are also reportable. So not every state has that, which was kind of what I was alluding to with needing federal leadership when we run into things and we have different state laws. So I think what we have done is preparedness is much more important to us today than it was back then. There's a lot more emphasis on reporting and awareness of the need to report and how to report. And then once those reports are made, what do we do in terms of responding? So are we perfect? No. I mean, I would say we are a work in progress. We learned a lot from H5N1. We learned a lot from those situations too. And we're continuing to learn and do better.
You know, I might just say that the Congress for a number of years now has not reauthorized the Farm Bill. They just do an extension, and they just introduced legislation again. I think it's still in committee. It's unclear what's going to happen in the House or Senate, but that might be something that our group here, you talk about what we might be able to influence our former colleagues that particularly serve on the Ag Committee to actually get such a reporting requirement and build on the success of what we did here in Michigan.
Another thing we have that we didn't have, and this is not unique to Michigan, is the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, right? So there's a place where animal samples are going and consistently being looked at and reported up, and those patterns or trends that might, predict an insidious onset and type of a situation and bring that to our attention, we're more likely to see that through those kinds of efforts as well. So I wanted to add that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Shalala?
Yes, let me start with Natasha. Your last name must be Armenian.
It is.
You talked a lot about communications, but during COVID, state health officials work with the private sector. I mean, with hospitals, with private hospitals, and with other kinds of health institutions. What did you learn from that you were able to build on in terms of communications across the health sector?
So, great question. Number one, I think that those relationships were not there. They were not as strong as they could have been before the pandemic. Now, some of those relationships have been built. The relationships with the health sector, relationships outside of just narrow public health. So some of those have been built, and I think that's a work in progress. But I think at the state level, what I really learned is that, number one, the public wants to know why. The public wants to know why we are asking them to do certain things. There was a time in COVID where we moved as public health, and I'm not just talking about Michigan, nationally, we moved from containment to mitigation. We moved from stay at home, wear a mask, you won't get COVID, to you might get COVID. If you do get it, it's better to get it after you've been vaccinated. We never really explained to the public that we were moving from one stage to another. And I think some of those communications can happen at the state level and at the local level. But when I talked about what we really need in terms of coordination, I think having a coordinated strategy at the national level would be huge. It would allow states to then tailor those talking points to their sort of individual
So you're talking about a communication strategy.
a communication strategy as well as a public health and One Health strategy.
Right.
So sort of two different things.
Okay, thank you. Agent Ryan, you're on the border of Canada. How does the FBI work on these issues with Canada?
Yeah, we have a very strong relationship with our Canadian partners because we recognize that being so close to each other, the impact affects us both of whatever could occur. And so we have, just in the last year, since 2025, prioritized doing some training with them, both the Association of the Canadian Port Authorities. We have strong relationships with the other law enforcement agencies from Ontario Provincial Police, RCMP, and in coordination with our CBP partners, the Canadian Border Services, to make sure that they are getting the training they need to run effective investigations and have effective preparedness and prevention capabilities.
Thank you. And Dr. Wineland, quickly, state veterinarians have to have a relationship, a trust between them and the farmers out there. There are tremendous economic pressures not to report. But how do you communicate back and forth? Because one of the things I remember is that getting the information to you is one thing and making the diagnosis, but your ability to communicate back to farmers across the state is just as important. And how do you deal with that?
Carefully be a good way to answer that. So our law requires that we respect the confidentiality of any diagnostics on a particular farm, but we can share back with the farms what we're seeing, the risk factors that have been identified, the things that are important to them. The struggle is finding the right means, right? Are they going to open mail from the state? Are they going to listen to the radio? Are they going to read our website?
They're not on Snapchat.
Yeah, well, some are, but so that's a challenge. So multimodal, I think, if I had to give you one word, is multimodal, and really then listening to what their questions are and making sure our communication answers those.
Great. I yield back.
Okay, do we have Governor Ridge? Yeah, Governor Ridge. Sir, do you have any questions? Governor, can you hear us? Not sure that it's going through. Hear us, Governor? Do you have any questions, sir, for the panel? It doesn't sound like we've got communication there. Okay. Move on and then see if we can resume communications. All right, Senator Daschle.
Well, let me join my colleagues in thanking each of you for your excellent presentations and even more importantly for your dedicated service. It is always inspiring to me to hear and to appreciate the professional commitments you make to your work. So thank you. I have a question for each of you that given your different experiences professionally and responsibilities, we're living in such a transformational time with AI and AGI in particular. And I can't pass up the opportunity to ask just how you look at this transformation as it affects your work. Are you hopeful or fearful? We'll start with you, Jennifer.
Great, the youngest person at the table. No kidding. I'm cautiously hopeful, but I do recognize, like all of us, it requires a vigilance that we don't even fully probably appreciate. So I recognize that AI is accelerating the pace of discovery in all of our biotechnology sectors, but it's also lowering the barrier for nefarious actors or people with a malintent to have also access to design and modify biological agents. So for us, it's not necessarily that the technology itself scares me or that I have strong concerns with. It's the convergence of AI with the accessibility of bio tools and that intent. And so we work really hard to make sure that we are staying aware of how AI is being used in the life sciences and how it's being adapted to help us further innovation, to make sure we have the relationships so we can identify misuse of that technology early, and that working with people like yourselves to ensure that we have the right safeguards in place so that we're able to evolve from a law enforcement standpoint in response and preparedness as fast as the technology is evolving. And so that's the caution part. I am hopeful because I think AI is an amazing opportunity for us as a country, as a civilization. So it doesn't change the FBI's mission or focus, but it does change and increase the urgency that we have as we look at preparing and responding to these threats.
Thank you.
From a biodefense standpoint, I of course have some concerns, and I think that guardrails have to be in place. But from a healthcare perspective, I am really hopeful. We know that there is a workforce shortage, there is a physician shortage and staffing shortage across this country. And I think that AI, just by some of the things it offers us in terms of interpretation of diagnostic tests, of imaging, it allows us to make healthcare more accessible for people, especially in rural parts of the country. I think that it will allow us to level up a lot of our healthcare workforce. And so for that, I am truly hopeful.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I have a lot to add from what those my fellow panelists have said. I think I'm both hopeful and cautious. I think we can be misled by AI, as well as it can save us time, energy, and, per your question earlier, Mr. Upton, it might help us respond faster because we're able to detect some of the things that are going on in the world, in the population, and put two and two together much faster than we would be without it. So I have mixed feelings, but it's here. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you all so very much for coming and sharing. I'm really curious how things have evolved. After 9/11, we all learned a lot more about JTTFs and people coming together, federal, state, local, all the agencies. I'm from Indiana. Our governor convened at that time a council on terrorism and security where I met the state veterinarian, Dr. Marsh, for the first time. I got to know Dr. Monroe, the state health commissioner then. Obviously, FBI was at the table. U.S. attorneys were a part of it. Do those efforts still take place where you all are coming together in an organized way, whether here in Michigan or other states? If you know, are you coming together to talk about whether it's any weapon of mass destruction or any potential method of terrorism? Does that happen any longer?
Of course. So for the FBI, we still have our executive JTTF board meetings that we have once a quarter, bringing primarily together our law enforcement and the U.S. Attorney's Office partners. MSP has started convening a Homeland Security Advisory Committee to help advise the governor on different emerging threats and trends. But for the FBI, we also sit on the Michigan State Hazmat Responder Committee. So there's other committees throughout the state that have representation, I believe, from numerous different agencies. That's not just law enforcement. And we, from the non-JTTF side, make sure that we are staying engaged with our Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and having those relationships, if not in the formal JTTF setting, definitely in other workshops and opportunity and regular meetings so that we know what they're seeing, what we're seeing, and sharing that information.
Okay. Anything else anyone want to share?
I will say that, yes.
This is my first time to meet you today.
Yes, this is our first time meeting. Yes, those meetings do take place. I think the more we work together, the more we get to know each other. Dr. Wineland and I really got to know each other during H5N1. I think the better our work ends up being. We were really able to do some pretty novel things here in Michigan in terms of sending public health out to our farms, which not a lot of other states were able to do. And so really strengthening those relationships has been a huge success here in Michigan.
Okay, terrific. And one other question, with respect to educating, whether it's universities, whether it's the private sector, whether it's farmers, what would you say has been, which goes to prevention and education, what would you say is the main tool you're using to do that? On these issues of biodefense specifically, or other things that, for instance, universities should be aware of?
100%. So I may have to come back to you with some more fulsome details at the break. I can make sure I get that for you. But I know our WMD coordinators are going out trying to both initiate relationships with people we don't know and doing that outreach, even if it's cold calls and door knocking. But often we already have ins and relationships because we've been at this for, like you said, since 9/11, prioritizing prevention, preparedness, response, because that is the FBI's main lane. So there is not a day that goes by that our WMD program and coordinators aren't somewhere in this state talking to either a lab, a private company, a partner, doing training, and to the universities. Like, I need to get together with President Grasso here soon and make sure that we have a good relationship so that we can share information at our levels as well.
Okay, thank you.
From my standpoint, our healthcare providers are our eyes and ears. If there are new emerging illnesses, if there are new trends that they're seeing, it's really important that, number one, they're able to spot those trends, and then they know what to do with that information. So we do a lot of novel and exciting things here in the state of Michigan. We hold public health grand rounds and invite all of our healthcare provider community to come. We send out public health bulletins for healthcare providers. Those go to every single healthcare provider who has a license through the state of Michigan. And we make sure, again, that we're building relationships with the Michigan Hospital Association, with all of the academic centers, because in addition to our laboratory surveillance and wastewater surveillance and all of this technology, I think human beings and having those human connections is a big part of how we're making sure that there are not new and emerging threats.
Excellent, great.
And on the animal side, we work a lot with our extension services to keep that human touch out there with our producers. I didn't really have time to put it in my opening remarks, but one of the areas to go to for biosecurity is those secure food supply plans that are so important when we have a disease, and they help tell producers what they're going to need to do in order to stay in business in the face of a disease. So having conversations with our producer organizations, with their leadership, and then putting information out in their newsletters so it's coming from their own organizations has been super valuable. And we invited to our sample team exercise, we invited some folks from industry as well as students, and I think that helps so they know what happens when there's a disease event and how we operate and get to know us.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Representative Greenwood.
Thank you. Agent Runyon, Ken asked you about personnel resources available to focus on the bioterror threats. And I think we were all pleased to hear you say that you have a full-time, one staff member that's full-time on that issue.
For WMD threats.
Pardon me?
For WMD threat.
Yes. So what about financial resources? Do you have sufficient financial resources? And what has the trend line been in that in terms of your overall budget?
You mean for the FBI writ large?
No, I mean for your field office. But
for my field office, we could always use more resources. That's a thing that is a resounding message that the FBI, the threats are increasing, the demands are increasing, and they never stop. And we're proud to be the lead law enforcement agency, especially in this space. But in terms of needing additional funding and bodies, that is something you're always going to hear from every level of the FBI, because the threats don't stop, and the FBI has to stop them.
Has your budget gone up, down, or stayed the same in the last several years?
My field office budget has gone slightly down over the last year, but otherwise it has stayed consistent.
Okay, thank you for that. And Dr. Bagassarian, obviously the CDC vaccine recommendations have been, to say the least, volatile and not always based on sound science. I know that in my state of Pennsylvania, our governor has said that the Pennsylvania Department of Health is not going to simply rely on the CDC recommendations, but make our own recommendations based on what we think is sound science, and send that information to the doctors and to the families. Is what's happening in Michigan with that regard?
We issued our first statement on this back last year in, I think, September or October, as we saw things evolving with ACIP and the CDC, saying that we recommended following the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Practice, ACOG, because we saw the writing on the wall, and we've continued to reiterate that we're following the medical societies.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Wineland, you referenced the challenges of disposing of euthanized animals, and particularly you said one option is landfills, but that presents its own challenge. And I was wondering if one of those challenges is the treatment of the leachate But if not, what are the challenges associated with the landfill?
Yeah, so there's a lot of challenges with the landfill in terms of the route you take to get to the landfill is a concern. I mean, of course, our first preference is to dispose of and eliminate that virus on site. So landfills are considered a challenge for many, many reasons. Yes, the leachate can be an issue. We aren't able to take these contents to a landfill that hasn't been approved and doesn't have the ability to manage the leachate. We do have to wash the trucks as they're coming on and off the landfill, and there's wash water from that, so that can also be a challenge. So for disposal, there are no easy solutions.
And did you say burial was not an option?
It's not because of our water table and the concerns from that. So there are a few places in Michigan, but not enough.
Okay.
Can I ask
Thank
a
you.
question about that? Because we went to visit the museum, which is here, and one of the things they do is they freeze dead animals for 2 weeks to eliminate. Is it possible to use freezer trucks for disposing, or at least eliminating the possibility of infection?
Yeah, so I think that's where we need the science that we've been talking about, right? Is what are the procedures that inactivate that virus, whichever one we're worried about. Some of those things have been worked out. It's been worked out well for highly pathogenic avian influenza, and 2 turns of compost is enough. But as far as freezing, I am not aware. There may be, but I think, there's also incineration, but there's the practicality of that when you have a large number of animals and materials, bedding, eggs, whatever, you name it, that also has the virus and needs to be disposed of.
I'd worry a little bit about freezing, given that we do know that in the permafrost, as it melts, there are viruses that can emerge and potentially be viable. So
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay, Dr. Hamburg?
Well, thank you, and wonderful panel. It's really encouraging to see 3 such impressive leaders for the state of Michigan, but for our nation, and the fact that you're all women warms my heart a bit as well. It also brings me back to when I first started working for Donna Shalala. And I was working for her when she was Secretary of HHS, and at that time, domestic terrorism was very much in the domain of DOJ. There was no Department of Homeland Security, and HHS was only minimally in the biodefense, biothreat preparedness business. And she sent me off to a meeting at the FBI. I don't know if you remember this, Donna. It was like sending me to slaughter. I was not welcomed. The response was, why is HHS here? If there was a biothreat, a terrorism attack, FBI would handle it. Someone might have even said, we will diffuse the pathogens. But there was certainly no sense of the kind of collaboration and appreciation for the different roles and responsibilities that you all demonstrate both here today and in your work. And there were huge divides in terms of understanding of the different roles and responsibilities of the different agencies and departments and disciplines. And even a term like surveillance meant very different things to the FBI and to public health. And my question really has to do with surveillance, and maybe each of you can give a response. As you talk about One Health, and as you talk about prevention, and we talk about the sort of complexity of the threats before us, obviously, early detection and response is absolutely crucial to our success. Mm-hmm. And, I think that there had been systems of surveillance that had been building. It's a long tradition of surveillance in both the FBI and public health. But we'd been really, I think, increasing our surveillance capacity at state and local, but also federal and international. Recognizing also the need to be able to communicate across. But my sense is that there have been huge cuts in these areas at the federal level, at the state level likely, and certainly the disconnect now with WHO changes the surveillance landscape globally, which matters to us all. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit from your perspective about the current landscape for surveillance, shall we say, both in terms of resources, in terms of established systems, in terms of collaboration and info sharing. And it's an area where, as I think Dr. Wineland mentioned, where advancing IT can help us do a better job as well. So that's my question.
I'll defer to you if you'd like to start.
Okay, I can start. So when I think about surveillance, yes, there have been cuts and we have lost certain programs, which is never a good thing. But in 2026, we're actually at a juncture where I think it's time for some of those programs to have evolved, and it's time for new approaches as well. So perhaps there is an opportunity and a silver lining with some of those old programs losing funding. But I had mentioned this need for coordination, and I had mentioned wastewater surveillance earlier, and I'll just use that as an example. Wastewater surveillance is such an incredible tool, and it's something that really was in its infancy during the COVID-19 pandemic and gave us this incredible insight into where we were going to see hotspots, what was happening with COVID. As things have evolved and as new pathogens have come across our desks, H5N1, for example, there is opportunity here to really use this technology to look at some of those new pathogens. But what is lacking is an overarching strategy that I mentioned, but also some of the nuance that we need in order to interpret the data. So wastewater. When we get a wastewater ping for H5N1, it's hard to know what that means today. It's hard to know whether that means that there is a human case, that there is an agricultural case, or that there is a wildlife case that has fallen into a local body of water. And so what we need, and this sort of goes back to the question about AI and how AI could be used, is we need that sort of structural knowledge on how the water systems work. We need data systems that can better interpret and add that context to the data we're getting right now from wastewater surveillance. And so, yes, we have lost funding. Yes, there have been programs that have been retired, but I also think there's an opportunity to come up with better systems using some of the technology we have in 2026 that we didn't have 5 or 10 years ago.
Great. Others have thoughts?
So that's a tough question. You know, much like in the public health sector, the eyes and ears come from the producers and the veterinarians. And we, as you all probably are aware, don't have as many veterinarians as we probably need out there in the countryside. Not every animal is seen by a veterinarian. So if a disease or a situation is occurring in animals, that's a challenge. There have been various times in the history of veterinary medicine to start some kind of a syndromic surveillance, so increases in respiratory disease, for instance. Is that indicative of something abnormal because it's above a baseline? But that has not really taken off. There have been several attempts to try that, and I think those are the kind of things that we could use. When we do surveillance in animal health, it's often for a specific pathogen. There are technologies, next-gen sequencing specifically, that can be used to look for pathogens. But again, like Dr. Bagdasarian says, well, what if when you find it, what does it mean? It may not be causing disease. It's just present. A PCR only detects a portion of a virus. We don't know if that virus was there 10 weeks ago or it's still there today and is live and viable. So I think there are a lot of challenges. And maybe the more I think about it, maybe that's where AI can help. But I think I have concerns, too, about some of that information falling into hands where then maybe the communication scares people unnecessarily and people take action that exacerbates the situation. So I think it is an area of great challenge and great need, and I have great hope that with our science, we'll be getting there.
From the FBI standpoint, like you said, surveillance has many different meanings for us. We don't run the main surveillance programs that I think you're more referring to, like BioWatch. I definitely defer to my DHS and other partners from that overall sense of, do we have detectors out there and how are we surveilling for biothreats. We rely on our relationships with CBP and DHS to give us tips and leads, as well as the private sector, to help us detect anomalies or any sort of biohazard, so then we can effectively respond and help do the investigative work there. That's the FBI's
And when you
lane.
identify, I wasn't thinking about BioWatch. That is actually not one of my favorite programs.
I know.
But I was thinking, just in the course of your work, when you identify a concern, and it might be a researcher at a university, or it might be, some stockpile of something that some agent has found, or who knows what. How do you then communicate that information with the right people at the
100%. Yeah, it's a very much a collaborative approach with whether the source, the victim company, if we want to call it that, or the location of that potential hazard, or working with our law enforcement partners who are the first detectors, like CBP often is some of our first line of defense for what's coming into the country. And we work very closely with them through established MOUs to respond as soon as we get a call from them to say, hey, we have something here, we have someone here, can you please come and work the investigative angle here? And we will respond. Our WMD coordinators and our hazmat evidence response team deploys immediately, no matter what hour of day, and we go out and immediately triage that problem.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
None of you ever get to sleep.
Is that a question or a command?
It's just an observation.
Okay, on that cheery note, Dr. Punjabi?
If you were to poll each of us for our sleep as well, it wouldn't be very good, especially following these kinds of panels. Thank you all for your work. Agent Runyon, I want to ask you a question about gene synthesis screening and the importance of gene synthesis screening, and especially with the emerging use of AI and synthetic biology. This commission recommended in its 2024 blueprint for biodefense the importance of screening, of gene synthesis providers screening their customers to ensure that bad actors don't get their hands on nucleic acid material that could then be used to create biological weapons. When I was at the National Security Council, we turned that into policy from the Executive Office of the President. Now there is a law that's being put forward by Senator Cotton and Senator Klobuchar at the federal level to essentially make that federal law, to oversimplify it. There's a lot of uncertainty on Capitol Hill at the moment. So some states, like California, are introducing their own gene synthesis bills with a similar effect intended. Is Michigan doing anything like that? And what's your view in general about states playing a more active role to regulate gene synthesis screening to ensure it's safe?
Sure, it's a very apropos question from what laws are currently in process in the state of Michigan. I don't have that purview to answer. Hopefully my state colleagues might. The more laws that we have that can help ensure the safety of these materials, I think is going to, with balancing the need for innovation, like we talked about, and not getting behind our partners, our adversaries, or our partners in the international stage. That is a balance that I think is important, but specifically for what's going on here in Michigan, I'm not going to be able to, can't opine on that at this moment.
Can you expand on the point you made there, the tension between opportunity and the need to be competitive with biotechnology, including in this space, and the need to manage risk? And are we at a place now that we're, in your view, especially being in the field, using the right set of logic to make those decisions? Are we off on one side of the ledger or the other in terms of harnessing opportunity on AI and synthetic biology versus managing risk?
I don't know if we're off. I think we're all still trying to find that right balance. Because we have so much, especially here in Michigan, robust institutions and labs, we still have the potential for insider threats, even if you did a right background check, someone who has a new motivation to exploit it, to take the technology and give it to an adversary, or be a researcher that we thought was safe, and actually they get co-opted and they're no longer a safe, trusted person. So that is something that keeps me up. Is a trusted insider using that access, and that requires organizations and universities to make sure that they have the right security protocols in place to protect their technology. And then we're obviously worried about any sort of other low-level violation that could then expand into something bigger, something getting out into the public, that we don't want a type of technology that's accessible. So I don't have the perfect answer for you. I think us as a community are grappling with that problem set. And the more that companies and universities and people can be aware that this is targeted technology, this is technology for the United States that needs to be protected, needs to be safeguarded, and we can do that in a manner that still allows organizations to grow and innovation to grow, but it needs to be done cautiously and judiciously to make sure that we're not just having a fully open, trusted environment that our foreign adversaries are able to take advantage of.
Yeah, thank you. Let me turn to Dr. Bagdasarian. You mentioned the importance of One Health cross-sector hubs, and you mentioned H5N1 as just one example of where such cross-sectoral collaboration becomes not just useful but necessary. We are in an environment where, as you mentioned in your preface, there's been cutbacks in funding from the federal level to state public health infrastructure. That's mentioned several times by my colleagues as well. In moments of uncertainty and crisis, the importance of shifting the locus of control becomes important. States have been taking some action to cross-coordinate across borders. The groups like the Governor's Public Health Alliance, the CSTE, as well as ASTO are, you see, stepping up coordination. What opportunities do you see for us to enhance coordination further across state boundaries on the biological threat? And what, in a future version where federal perhaps action is more possible on this and funding starts to flow again at levels that are required and needed, what are one or two actions that could help sustain that kind of state-to-state collaboration?
I think that some of the groups that you mentioned have been just key. ASTO is my favorite group of individuals because they really understand what it is to be a state public health officer, and we're able to come together and speak in a very collaborative way. Some of that can't be done very publicly, but we are meeting on a regular basis and having that type of conversation. But those groups are still fairly siloed. So ASTO and CSTE are very much human public health groups. And what I think would be amazing would be to have a One Health cross-sector group that was similar in nature, that had a similar type of structure and design. And the other thing that I'll say again, I mentioned it in my opening remarks, is this idea of we're very good at operations. And even now, among some of the uncertainties and challenges, CDC is still putting out great guidance. But what would be helpful and is sort of public health 2.0 or 3.0 or whatever we want to call it this year is that idea of coming together and really talking about what the strategy is and what is it we're trying to accomplish. Guidance is helpful, but when you have strategy, it can be better adapted to the needs of different states. And when I talked about measles, we really have to start thinking to the future. We have to start thinking about the fact that there are states right now that are worried about imported cases of measles, sporadic cases of measles. There are cases that are there are states that are dealing with large uncontained outbreaks of several hundred people. And then we have to start thinking about reemergence of endemic spread of measles. And if we have a strategy that addresses each of those phases, each of those stages, then states can adapt that strategy to their needs right now. Counties can adapt that strategy to the needs right now. So what I would love to see is number one, a One Health group that is similar in structure to ASTO, CSTE. And then I would love to see this strategy hub that brings together people across sectors. And making sure that we've got healthcare at the table is really important. A lot of times in public health, we say, go talk to your healthcare provider. And healthcare providers are in the dark as to the data, the big picture, what it is they should be telling people to do. So that is my ask.
And when federal is a great answer, and the second part of that was about federal action when that is more possible, whether it's policy, programs, funding. Are there one or two things you think could be done to enable a vision like the one you just described?
Well, I don't necessarily even think it has to be done legislatively or through a governmental organization. I think that we can start building frameworks that surround government that can endure even when administrations change. And so the great thing about ASTO is it's not a governmental group. It's a nonpartisan group that brings people together from across the spectrum. I think that if we start building a One Health strategy hub in the same way that is there to support state governments, but is not embedded in government, I think it could really be long lasting and could be done tomorrow with just a little bit of funding.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Wineland, thanks for coming back to offer testimony. I'm thinking back to the 2024 evolution or in the H5N1 avian flu outbreak and when it infected dairy cows. And I remember just admiring one of the incredible things, it might have been a collaboration between the two of you and your teams that you did was to reach out to the farm workers in Michigan through text messages to help them monitor for signs and symptoms. And what a remarkable example of collaboration between our veterinarian community and our human health community. I was also stunned that the federal funding for that in a response was only, if I remember correctly, I was just going back to an article I'd written about this back in 2024, it cited the HHS at the time, it was about $5 million across the country for that kind of intervention, community outreach. We just talked about, almost all of you recognized relationships, trust building as critical to crisis response. There seems to be a big disconnect between our recognition that trust, including reaching farm workers in that moment who have all kinds of conditions that prevent them from wanting to even say they have symptoms. Dr. Shalala mentioned the economic incentives that stand in the way. And you all found an innovative way to do that. And yet, I didn't see other states necessarily do that at scale. And I imagine here in the state of Michigan, you've been helpful to scale that and to keep that going in between crises, that type of community outreach. And yet the federal funding is minimal relative to the other ways we fund crisis response. Do you share that view? And if so, if not, being curious what your view is. Why is that? Why do we have such a mismatch between funding community outreach, even though we know it's so important in a crisis?
So I may not be the best one to answer that for the text messaging because that was instituted through our partners at the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. And that is our typical way of working with them when there's a need for monitoring of workers or people who are involved in the actual response. So people that are there to depopulate or help with the disposal. So we provide that information over and they have a system that they use to reach out that I think got developed through COVID and allows them to reach out. We let them know whether there are language needs and a few key things about the facility. And then in respect of the need for confidentiality, we limit that isn't made public. And that may be why you don't hear about some of that from other states, is that there are probably things that go on behind the scenes. But I do think it's a disconnect maybe of the funders in understanding the importance of that relationship piece and then figuring out how they can fund it. It's easy to fund widgets and actual things that can be counted, but funding relationships is difficult.
But land-grant institutions have traditionally had in their schools of agriculture outreach efforts. And are those integrated with what you do?
Absolutely. So when we were working with those farms, and when we work with our TB herds, we include our extension folks to work with the producers. We include our wildlife experts to go out and talk.
Because they have long communications experience.
And some of that's because of what we've experienced here in Michigan, right? We've built some muscle approaches to how we do things that carry across some of the situations that we've dealt with.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're.
Okay, see if Governor Ridge, can you hear us? And if so, do you have any questions for the panel? Doesn't look good. Don't think so. Okay, I think that covers it. So thank you so much for the panel and all the remarks and the thought that went into the remarks and the service behind the thought that went into the remarks. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break until I think it's 1:10 for lunch. Any other announcement, Asha, about lunch?
Nope.
Okay. See you back here at 1:10.
Great.
They were very good.
Yeah. Yeah. Start again.
Maybe for good reason. Yeah.
Thank you for everyone that stayed, and I know that we have a rather substantial audience that is watching online, so we appreciate that as well. We're going to start with a few remarks by Celeste Watkins Hayes. Celeste is I've actually known her since she came to the university.
Yes.
I think I met you the first week or month that you were here when you came from Northwestern, but she is the dean of the Ford, this isn't going to be right, Public Policy School, and has done just a remarkable job in a couple years that she's been here. But actually, they're kicking off, and I told this to our fellow commissioners at lunch, she's kicking off a new proposal on bipartisanship, and it's being led by our former colleagues, well, current colleagues, Debbie Dingell and Lisa McClain, Republican and Democrat on Monday, along with the esteemed columnist David Brooks, who just retired from the New York Times. So be a great event. So if you can go, I don't know if you've got
Wonderful.
space
Thank you
still
so
available,
much.
But anyway, Celeste, you get a few minutes. So welcome, and it's good to see you.
Thank
for
you
your
so
help.
much. Truly appreciate it. Truly appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I am Celeste Watkins Hayes. I am the Joan and Sanford Weill Dean of the Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy here at the University of Michigan. And I understand that my colleague, Arthur Skip Lupia, offered opening remarks today. And I wanted to add my own very warm welcome to our campus. I especially want to thank former Michigan Congressman and Commissioner Fred Upton, who provided that generous introduction, who's been such a valued friend of me and the Ford School for many, many years. Thank you so much. It's an honor to host this distinguished group. Your commission brings together former cabinet secretaries, members of Congress, and leaders of federal agencies representing both parties, united in the shared task of addressing a pressing and complex national challenge. This kind of bipartisan commitment to the public good is very much in the spirit of our school's namesake, President Gerald R. Ford. Throughout his time in Congress, he was known for his willingness to work across the aisle. And as president, his administration placed a strong emphasis on cross-party cooperation in regulatory reform, electoral reform, and foreign policy, all in the service of consensus building and restoring public trust. So even after leaving office, President Ford continued his commitment to bridge building, including through his collaboration with former President Jimmy Carter on the National Commission on Election Reform. At the Ford School, we strive to carry that legacy. We seek to educate and inspire a new generation of leaders who are grounded in public service, committed to rigorous and transformational research, and prepared to collaborate across sectors and disciplines in pursuit of evidence-based solutions to the world's most urgent challenges. The issues you are taking up this afternoon here in this room and online include policies to encourage investment in biotechnology and the role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation. They sit squarely at the intersection of science, governance, and public safety. We are so proud that our colleagues here at Michigan, including in the Science, Technology, and Public Policy Program and the Weiser Diplomacy Center, are actively engaged in this important work as well. We're especially pleased that together with our colleagues at the School of Public Health, we were able to bring this commission to Ann Arbor for the first time, and we hope it will not be the last. So as you continue your discussions, I wish you a productive and meaningful afternoon. I look forward to learning more about the outcomes of the convening, and I hope there will be many more opportunities for continued collaboration in the shared effort to make our world safer, healthier, and more secure. So with that, I turn it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you. And I'm Peggy Hammer. I've been tasked to chair the next session, which has the rather daunting name, Pure Science. But I think as we've all learned in life, there is no such thing as pure science. But I think this is really a crucial panel and a crucial discussion about how do we ensure that that we support the kind of fundamental and applied science that's necessary for us to really be able to harness all that science today can offer in terms of developing products and programs that will really make a difference in the lives of people and, importantly, help to better protect health against a range of threats before us. And we have three great panelists who I'll introduce momentarily. I won't go through their whole CVs because they're long and distinguished, and I think you all got their bios in your packets. But let me first just frame a little bit, what we may be talking about in this panel. And we've already, I think, focused this morning on how important biomedical research and innovation is to our country historically, in the present, and in the future, that our investments in biomedical research and innovation have really been transformative. They have been the envy of the world, and we have been, without a doubt, preeminent around the world in terms of our biomedical research and innovation enterprise. But we also recognize that these are turbulent and uncertain times, and that just because we have always had such a robust biomedical research and innovation capacity, that we cannot be assured it will persist if we don't work together to support it and all of its critical components. And I think that's one of the things that our panel is sort of uniquely positioned to talk about, and because of their experience and expertise. And I'm not usually prone to sports metaphors, but given that we're sitting here with a big Michigan athletics sign in front of us and the events of recent days, I think we need to recognize that advancing biomedical research and innovation and really enabling us to make a difference in the world because of it, we have to recognize that this is a team sport, that there is an ecosystem that is multidimensional, and it crosses disciplines and sectors and borders, and that it is an ecosystem where we need to be thinking about how to frame policies and investments in ways that will actually facilitate the intersection and interaction of the different components, rather than put things in silos, and there's the basic research, and there's the applied research, and there's the academic research, and there's the government research, and there's industry. We need to recognize that everything is more robust if we are working together and pulling in the same direction, and that this is, just a hugely golden time in terms of the opportunities that exist in science and technology today, but that we will not achieve the measure of success that I think we all believe in, and that the American people need and the world needs, if we fail to really tend to our garden and make sure that we support the components, and critically the three-part stool of government, academia, and the private sector. Our panel, as I said, is really uniquely positioned to talk about why science matters and how to really enable us to maximize the benefits of science today. First, Peter Marks, who I have had the pleasure of working closely with. I actually was involved in his recruitment to the FDA back when I was the FDA commissioner, but he already had a long and distinguished career before that, trained in internal medicine hematology, worked at Harvard and at Yale, not at University of Michigan, but you won't hold that against him, I hope. And he spent some time in the pharmaceutical industry, spent time first as a deputy at the Center for Biological, CBER.
Evaluation and research.
Evaluation and research. See what happens, you get away in CBER, and then went on to be the director of CBER, and was important to many important crucial advances, including Operation Warp Speed, which I think we'll hear about. And he's now leading an important research effort at Eli Lilly in the infectious disease arena. Anand Parikh is someone that I have known for a long time, also from Washington circles, who has had a very multifaceted career as well, spending time in government, spending time as the chief medical advisor at the Bipartisan Policy Center. So the concept of bipartisanship is not unfamiliar to him, and is currently the chief health policy officer at the University of Michigan School of Public Health and senior advisor at the Institute for Healthcare Policy and Innovation. And he has multiple degrees from the University of Michigan, including a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, Public Health, and his MD degree is from here. And then finally, Monique Mansoura, who again, I've had the pleasure of working with and watching her important contributions over many years. She is now the founder and CEO of Beacon Biostrategies, which provides, according to your bio, strategic intelligence on critical issues at the intersection of biotechnology with national economic and health security. That sounds like a very big undertaking, and I suspect you'll enlighten us more about that work. But in government, she worked on very important activities on building the infrastructure for biodefense and pandemic preparedness, medical countermeasures, and she also worked at MITRE on these issues and for Novartis. So she, again, has that cross-cutting look at the issue. So I think I will stop talking and turn it over to our panelists, and I'll start with you, Peter, for your remarks.
Great, thanks very much. Thanks so much to the members of the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense for the opportunity to participate in today's meeting. An adage often attributed to Benjamin Franklin is as true today as it was, or as it would have been about 250 years ago, and that is, by failing to prepare, you prepare to fail. Over the past several decades, we've seen the importance of preparation in both what we can do about natural and man-made biologic threats. And that was most recently glaringly illustrated during the COVID-19 pandemic. Though admittedly not perfect, Operation Warp Speed did leverage existing tools to rapidly produce medical countermeasures, including life-saving vaccines developed in record time. We'd do well to look at each of the original 4 pillars of Operation Warp Speed to see what went well and what could have been improved. And those 4 pillars for vaccine development, production, and deployment included, first, a rigorous science-driven process to select the best candidates to move forward into clinical development. Second, clinical development that was accelerated by merging the traditional phases of clinical development so that no time was wasted. Third, a robust program of manufacturing at risk so that vaccines would be available immediately in the event of successfully completed clinical trials. And finally, the ability to deploy and achieve effective vaccination of the population. And arguably, we failed in certain aspects of that final pillar, where lack of a coherent and coordinated national communication strategy appears to help foster vaccine hesitancy rather than promote vaccine uptake and acceptance. And the result of this communication failure was indeed excess mortality. So we do need to take note of that and try to do better next time. That noted, overarching the pillars of Operation Warp Speed was a regulatory framework that was already in place that could be leveraged to facilitate rapid medical product development. And one could argue that this aspect of Operation Warp Speed worked remarkably well. For example, making use of the tools provided by Congress, the Food and Drug Administration was able to rapidly put forth within a matter of weeks guidance on what it expected from vaccine developers of COVID-19 vaccines in terms of safety and effectiveness. The agency also made it clear to product developers that the situation was not business as usual, but rather the agency was available 24/7 to address obstacles that might arise during the process of product development. And it stood behind that statement, often having teleconferences at 6 in the morning or late into the evening or on weekends. And ultimately, the stability and predictability that was provided by the agency was positively critical to the overall success of the operation, and because product developers were able to move forward clinical development and manufacturing plans with the confidence that those plans were consistent with what the agency would ultimately require in making products available, ultimately through, often cases, emergency use authorization. It's therefore with a heavy heart that I have to note that many of the important advances identified over the past years, including during Operation Warp Speed, are now very much in jeopardy. These include the benefits that flow from regulatory stability and predictability, as well as ready access to productive conversations with regulators. An FDA that provides uninspired advice to those who must interact with it in the form of ambiguous guidance documents and less than helpful individual communications, one that misses key milestones, not just for approvals, but for regulatory meetings with sponsors critical to the advancement of important medical products, that increasingly pushes product development offshore to foreign regulatory authorities in Europe and Asia, who are now seen as the new bastions of stability. And an FDA that formerly was the global regulatory beacon illuminating a path forward toward expedited product development is now seen by other regulators as lagging behind the times. We've unfortunately now largely ceded industrial dominance to others in certain areas of the life sciences, such as cell and gene therapy. And that's at the ultimate expense both to our nation and to our individual and public health. But to end on a more positive note, if we take appropriate action soon, we could not only return to our formal position as a global leader in medical innovation, but could also do better by combining a return to our strengths of regulatory stability and predictability with the elimination of unnecessary regulatory requirements that are currently slowing down the study of new potentially life-saving medical products. Additionally, if we take the time to adequately reflect on the successes and failures of our past pandemic responses, we'll be so much better off as we address the next crisis that will inevitably present itself in the coming years. Thanks again for inviting me today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. None.
Commissioner Hamburg and Commissioners, thank you so much. It's a great honor to be speaking in front of all of you, many of whom I've known and worked closely with over the last 2 decades while I was in Washington, D.C. It's also an honor to now be back home at my alma mater and in my home state playing my part in trying to increase trust in public health science and medicine, which I think is the biggest challenge that we face today. As Chief Health Policy Officer at the University of Michigan School of Public Health, my role is to help the university translate the care practice and research happening here to policymakers to drive positive health impact. My journey as a young physician started at HHS during the post-9/11 period, working on expanding the modalities of mass prophylaxis in the event of a bioterrorist event. Dr. Bill Robb, the Secretary's senior science advisor at that time, used to give the example of the bacterium Bacillus thuringiensis, a member of the same group of bacteria as Bacillus anthracis. The former is a biological pesticide that is commonly applied through a crop duster. Changed the organism and changed the venue, and it was pretty easy to see how a mass casualty scenario is possible. Our objective was to supplement the traditional approach of distributing medicines at points of dispensing, or pods, staffed by public health officials. We successfully piloted modalities including home stockpiling of pharmaceutical kits containing several different countermeasures, as well as direct residential delivery to households by the U.S. Postal Service. Around this time, another potential emergency was brewing halfway across the world. Cases of H5N1 avian influenza in human beings began popping up in Southeast Asia. I was asked to assist Dr. Bruce Gellin, Director of the National Vaccine Program Office, in putting together the HHS Pandemic Influenza Plan. Congress ultimately provided billions of dollars of preparedness resources at President Bush's request to increase vaccine production capacity, acquire antiviral drugs, stockpile critical medical supplies, and enhance state and local preparedness. While fortunately the H5N1 virus did not achieve sustained human-to-human transmission triggering a pandemic, the many years of intense preparedness aided the response to the eventual H1N1 influenza pandemic of 2009. Those were the 2 seminal experiences in biodefense early in my career, and the 2 takeaways from that period for me were, number 1, federal leadership matters, and number 2, bipartisanship support matters. The second decade of this century did see some cracks in the bipartisan support of biodefense efforts, first with Ebola and then with Zika. But by and large, I believe biodefense policy was a priority in both Republican and Democratic administrations. The COVID-19 pandemic unfortunately changed the situation, as it did for so many issues. There were many lessons learned, as we all know from the COVID pandemic. Among these, leadership matters, crisis communication is critical, access to real-time data is imperative, and investments in tools and the workforce is essential. Unfortunately, these lessons are not all being heeded. On the contrary, we've recently seen the disbanding of the White House Pandemic Office, cancellations of mRNA vaccine research, and haphazard dismantling of the nation's public health infrastructure, not to mention COVID spillover effects, creating broader vaccine hesitancy. The President's FY 2027 budget also does not exude confidence that pandemic and biodefense preparedness is a top priority. While there are some increases in funding and activity in the areas of biosurveillance and early warning programs, along with sustainment of medical countermeasure programs, this is counterbalanced by decreasing global engagement and funding for public health preparedness and domestic health capacity. The budget includes a 12% cut to NIH, a 10 to 15% cut to ASPR and BARDA, a 33% cut to ARPA-H, and a 50% cut to NSF. This all matters, particularly at institutions like the University of Michigan. And so my hope is that we'll be able to modify our course. We can't have a strong public-private partnership in biodefense without the leadership of the federal government. We need an updated national biodefense strategy, particularly given advances in synthetic biology and artificial intelligence, resulting in a more complex array of threats. We need to incentivize and prioritize biomanufacturing processes to produce medical countermeasures and other critical biomaterials, sort of like multi-year advance appropriations like we used to have for Project BioShield, which would help provide certainty to the private sector. We need to recruit and retain talented staff who have private sector biotech and biodefense expertise across the government. Another reason why partnership with academia, like the university, is so vital to train the next generation of experts. We need to reauthorize the Pandemic All Hazards Preparedness Act, as has already been discussed today, and its many programs in addition to clarifying and strengthening federal operational roles and responsibilities. And we need a better budget for biodefense, which includes evaluating existing federal funding, identifying mission-critical investments, perhaps then exempting those mission-critical programs from budget caps and future discretionary limits. I want to end by thanking the Commission for its leadership in encouraging federal policymakers to prioritize biodefense policy. We stand ready to work with you to ensure that a robust biomedical research enterprise drives evidence-based biodefense policy so that we can protect the American public from biological threats. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Monique.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. It's a privilege to have this opportunity to testify again before this esteemed commission, and I am grateful for and have benefited from your longstanding service, leadership, and commitment to this biodefense mission. Especially today, Representative Upton, thank you for bringing us here to this extraordinary university to focus on this vital mission into my home, the state of Michigan. The awe of discovery in science for me was rooted here 30 years ago when I got my doctoral degree in bioengineering. It's a remarkable program, the only department that reports to two schools, two deans, engineering and the medical school. That's sort of diversified to what Peggy said. This is a team sport, and I started to understand sort of the value of the different disciplines that need to come together. I was very fortunate to be here in the 90s as talk of the Human Genome Project, the promise of the Human Genome Project, the discovery of the cystic fibrosis gene by Francis Collins and the team. And that became the focus of my dissertation work. And I was fortunate to work with a remarkable team on a sample from a patient that had a mutation G551D. And through our work in a lab not too far from here, applying a drug that restored function to a disabled protein. What I didn't understand with that extraordinary opportunity and sense that here was a cure for this patient with this mutation was it would take another 20 years until, under Commissioner Hamburg's leadership, that drug, that medicine, Kalydeco, was approved by the FDA. This is a team sport. And I didn't fully appreciate when I left with my doctoral degree, but in the ensuing 30 years, I've been on various I've seen this team from different perspectives and want to share those learnings with you today. Tomorrow, this campus will celebrate its national championship men's basketball team, and I believe there's much we can learn from them. There's 3 messages I want to share that are critical to this team, right, that needs to perform high to protect this nation. What problem are we solving? Do we have clarity of our mission, our goals, and a value proposition for why this instead of something else? Who is the team? Who are all the members of this team that need to understand their role, their accountability, from the innovator to the person that's going to receive the medicine? And 3, how do we know how we're doing? Are we ready? This was the uncomfortableness after 9/11 and the anthrax attacks. The threats were clear, vulnerabilities were revealed, and we were not ready. So the same sort of urgency that was felt with COVID, we felt then in the wake of 9/11 and anthrax. Dusty May set a clear goal for his team a year ago for this season, to build a machine designed to play in April for the NCAA National Championship. In U.S. Biodefense, we're struggling. It's harder, arguably. It's dynamic. It's complex. The threats are expanding. But we need a systems view and to understand what it takes to get the right medicine to the right people at the right time with speed and scale. I think we have an identity crisis. We speak about this as a health mission, but as is in your title, this is a defense mission. And we say that, and we say this is national security. And now, arguably, the underlying technology base, biotechnology, is a major element of strategic competition in a non-kinetic economic war, and an industrial base and supply chains that face escalating strategic vulnerabilities. So I was the founder of BARDA. I spent the first decade standing up the program. My role was to look at the threat landscape, work with amazing people to assess risk, and to identify the requirements, the programs, the opportunity in the science base to make a medicine that would draw down risk. Many of the seeds of our work were later realized and benefited in responses to Ebola, to monkeypox, Mpox, and in the COVID response. But we didn't know for years later. I spent many time writing letters to Congress why a stockpile was not a waste if it expired and had to be replenished. We hear about the deprioritization and the concerns about one bug, one drug solutions. Yet, for Ebola, for COVID, for Zika, we continued to draw back to one bug, one drug solution. So I think we need this balanced approach. Again, the awe of science, the promise of a platform or broad spectrum, but we have to be realistic. One of the things we learned from Dr. Rob, an amazing leader at HHS, to check our assumptions. And then a miracle happens. He would always challenge us in our playbooks, in our planning, to make sure that we had really thought this through. Again, the industrial base, smallpox, is it truly gone? I think as we've been talking about the threat space, we have to worry. Who is the team? What will it take? We stood up the Public Health Emergency Medical Countermeasure Enterprise. It's been a challenge. I'm not sure it's ever fully succeeded. When the money is dispersed, it's really challenging. And I think I saw the contrast when I went to industry, and there was much more unified allocation of funds and accountabilities throughout the mission space. That remains, I believe, a fundamental challenge. So we have not yet succeeded in building the team within the federal organization, let alone the interface with government and industry, which rests on a fragile industrial base. I don't have time now, but maybe the transitions are what are key. I had the privilege when I was in Novartis and working on the mRNA platform around 2013, 2014. It was a DARPA program, remarkably successful. There was no one to hand the baton off to. So there was this really unfortunate gap between the DARPA program and when we really needed that platform that didn't view it when I testified before you last in July 2019, we talked about a Manhattan Project. We talked about the Apollo program. We did not have that mindset in this mission to realize what success was and how to measure how we were getting there. Finally, can we measure, right? Some of the work we did at MITRE was referenced in the book, The Lessons from the COVID War, and I spoke about it, and Dr. Kadlik did as well when we were here in July 2019. We measured preparedness. We provided a business case, not only what does it take to go from less prepared to more prepared, but how much would that cost? What roads can you take? What are the risks? And unfortunately, that work proved prescient as we saw COVID-19 play out and the shortcomings, despite the remarkable heroism of many and the historic accomplishments. There's many lessons to be taken from that. I think stabilizing this interface between government and industry is going to require test and evaluation. We have to test our assumptions. We can't assume we can go from 0 to 8 billion doses. We can't be in that situation again. So testing manufacturing, any of us that have been responsible for manufacturing understand biologics, know how hard that is. So in conclusion, it takes a high-performing, multidisciplinary team. I think hybridity is a superpower when you can speak multiple languages, is when you've sat in government, in academia, and industry, and you understand the worlds in which they operate. Biotech is in the midst of non-kinetic strategic competition, extraordinary consequences for the outcome of whether or not leadership, as it was for the first 50 years in biotechnology, will be retained here in the U.S. And the relentless pursuit to reestablish trust. Trust with industry, trust with our communities. Unlike nuclear defense, where we count on our government to provide missile defense and a shield for all of us, the real lesson of COVID was for biodefense, each one of us needs to make a decision. Will I roll up my sleeve? Will I get a medicine? Will I get a vaccine? Will I use PPE? It is very individual. So the team is all of us in biodefense. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I know that there'll be questions. I'm going to break our usual traditions. I said a lot at the beginning, so I'm going to reserve my question for the end. And I'm going to turn to my colleague, Ken, to ask the first question.
Okay, thanks very much, Monique. So you used the team analogy for biodefense and sort of went through the aspects of team sports. So let me just put a sort of simple question here. We know who the players are, know who the players ought to be, but on the federal level, and this, of course, is a perennial question that we've wrestled with here on the commission, who's the coach?
The coach should be the leader with the resources.
Mm-hmm. It should be.
We learned that post-11, 9/11, and how we saw Odie and I stand up with influence over the resources. Absent that, and this gets to the role of Congress and jurisdictions and silos, and unless we can solve that problem and operate as a team. So I don't know who it is right now.
It's an unfair question because, you know, we've spent a dozen years wrestling with it and haven't come up with a solution. So it's not a who it is now, but who should it be? And, you know, we draw the parallels on 9/11, for example, and other sort of arising issues, cyber, how the government has and should organize itself to meet the cyber threat. Because every threat obviously involves different parties within the federal government, but also in state and local government and our foreign counterparts. So the terrorism response post 9/11, there was a certain collection of people that were pulled together, and I think history will say were relatively effectively mobilized to meet the threat of that brand of terrorism. I think we've not seen that with bio. Bio in many ways is in many ways more complicated because it draws in public health and the medical field in a way that traditional terrorism doesn't. And so we've often said that there should be a coach in the White House. We need a strong interagency process. We need a coach, and two of us have worked in this field in the White House, and three because Governor Ridge as well. And it's a tough issue. And so if you have any thoughts about how you would organize the leadership within the federal government to try to compel the coordination that's needed at all levels of government. Love to hear it.
Two things I'll say. One is it's not just organizational or structural. It is, you need an extraordinary leader.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that in General Russell when he led BARDA before it was called BARDA, post 9/11, what D.A. Henderson did to establish the office and eradicate smallpox. The first thing General Russell did, we were given the unfortunate title in this little new office in the Office of the Secretary at HHS of the Office of Research and Development Coordination. And one of the lessons that is stuck forever in my head, nobody wants to be coordinated. What they want to do is come together as a team, in this case, to manage the risk that was palpable and extraordinary to this nation. If you can't inspire and incentivize your team, General Russell had very little authority over Dr. Fauci or the leaders at CDC or FDA. Yet when we had to make that smallpox vaccine at the time, in record time, his ability to bring leaders from these storied institutions with their cultures together, he made the case, the value proposition for all of them. We couldn't do it, none of us could have done it alone, like Operation Warp Speed. Risk management was an obligation of these federal leaders. Couldn't do it alone, had to do it together. So that's part of it, great leadership. If you're gonna spread the money out, you have to have accountability. It's that transition plan. If you're gonna get $2 billion a year to do basic research, I wanna know how many of what the outcomes are, real measures, we have them in the pharmaceutical industry, get to a phase 1, hand it over to the advanced developer, to BARDA. I mean, there are accountabilities that could be instituted that are standard pharmaceutical industry measures, how they manage their portfolios, what products get more money, what products get time on the manufacturing line. And if you're not performing, I think we have to relook at how the funds are allocated.
Great, thank you. Anybody else want to comment on that? Quickly.
I'm interested in what Peter has to say, given Operation Warp Speed, I think was successful. But I will say that I think this body and many others, Bipartisan Policy Center, we worked really hard to get an Office of Pandemic Preparedness in the White House. And the fact that there's an office, but it's not staffed right now, is a big, big concern. And so there have been a lot of recommendations we all have made about National Security Council and the office. But, Commissioner, I think the coach needs to be at the White House. And I agree, the White House doesn't have the resources, and nobody wants to be coordinated and managed. But during a response, and even during preparedness times, these issues just seem so large, and there's so much jurisdiction, and there's somebody's got to do the coordination. And my experience is it's just harder to do one department trying to coordinate everyone, and so that was just my experience.
I mean, I can't say a whole lot more except to say that where we succeeded, it was because we got to unity in the coordination, and when there was not unity in the coordination, we had, unfortunately, dissenting voices, which led to chaos at times. And so I agree that you need a coach, as in somebody who's ultimately responsible, and who actually can be the ultimate person that is helping to put forth this strategy. Doesn't mean you don't have assistant coaches around, but it means that somebody's ultimately responsible for the decisions that are made.
Great, thank you. Susan, would you like the next question?
Sure, and thank you for all those thoughtful answers, because you all have more experience in all the various government agencies that deal with this question than probably most of the panelists we've ever had. So we'd still give more thought to how, what position, and I understand that the White House is where it should be, and I completely agree with that, but I think we need to continue to provide more answers in our recommendations as to where who is the coach, who is really in charge. Dr. Marks, your time at the FDA, and we've spent a little bit of time talking about Cures 2.0 and hoping that we get to Cures 2.0. Can you talk to us about the things when you were at the FDA. What were some of the changes and improvements that were made that you were most proud of? What do we need to do to get to that next level?
Thanks so much for that question. So I think it's clear that drug development has changed over the course of several decades. It's wonderful that the Food and Drug Act was passed in 1906, but the way drugs were made in 1906 versus 1938 versus 1962 versus today are radically different. And we now have one of the challenges, though, is that the regulatory attitude towards drugs in a genetic age had not been updated. And I think I was very happy that during my time at the Center for Biologics, we started to leverage some of the good things that come from genetic medicine. The fact that there are it's essentially repeated motifs, DNA, 4 base pairs used in various sequence, RNA, things that we could leverage manufacturing technologies to come up with platform approaches. And I think, to me, working with Congress on the platform technologies, which we still haven't fully exploited, was when that was passed in 22-23, that was an achievement. And now watching as we're trying to move that even further to come up with whether we could move towards process-based approvals, I think all of those things are there with the hope of accelerating the pace of medical product development, particularly for those with relatively uncommon diseases where the current method of doing product development, as for a drug for 50 people, the same way you do it for a drug for 1 million people, it's not making sense. So I think, to me, some of the important advances during my time, we're starting to understand that we have to leverage what we've learned in genetic medicine, and we also have to understand the differences, for instance, in cell-based therapies that may mean we have to take a somewhat different approach. And finally, just to end, I was perhaps most happy with where we came to in terms of the stability, predictability, and communication we had with sponsors. We actually actively tried to get feedback from sponsors and improve. I'm not a Six Sigma black belt, but we tried to constantly get better each year in being able to have the dialogue with companies. Not that we were supposed to be reg consultants to the companies, but we did have very important feedback that we could give that could potentially move a product forward months to years faster. And so I think if anything, I think that is something that I hope we can see a return to, because I think it made a big difference, not for companies, but for people who needed the medicines that those companies produced.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Daschle.
Well, thank you for your excellent presentations, and it is good to see you back home, and thank you for all of your good work at the Bipartisan Policy Center. Just to follow up with what I think is a very appropriate question about who is the coach, I think it's a little more complicated than just who is the coach. Is the coach qualified? And I think that is the concern that some of us have with regard to our current circumstances. Throughout the day, we've heard the words trust and truth referred to occasionally in presentations. And I think that's so important, trust and truth and good science. I think we're in a new era where trust and truth is in question. And it's partly because of the coaches that are currently in office and in place. And I'm just wondering how, as we confront this new circumstance, this new landscape in science, how do we deal with the erosion in trust and truth? And what can we do outside of the fact that we have coaches in place, except for the White House, that in some ways have created challenges around trust and truth? Let me just ask you, just go down the line, and Peter, if you could start.
So I think we have to restore the concept of what it means to be an expert. And that doesn't mean whether it's just an expert in medicine, but what it means to be an expert in science, an expert in engineering, because that seems to have gotten lost. And I think we need to communicate that in terms that people can understand. If you told someone to take their expensive car to a kid on the street to repair the engine, they'd say, "Are you crazy? I'm going to go to a licensed mechanic or a good mechanic that I know, because they know how an engine works." And yet what we have in the biomedical realm is we go and get somebody who, what's their claim to knowing the details of biomedicine, and we put them in charge. It's a problem. So I think, I think that by laying out stark contrast to that, like that, in plain terms, hopefully we can get people to start to realize that we live in a world that's driven by relatively complex science. It's stuff that I'm not going to fully understand, and that means I have to have trust. I have trust that someone knows how to build a rocket to send someone to orbit the moon. I don't have any clue how to do that, right? I don't know hypergolic fuel from gasoline. But I think we have to help people understand that there is something, and that actually makes us better as people. And that when we respect one another for our expertise, that actually makes us better as humans. So I think that's something that's gotten lost. And I think we have to find a way to communicate that in simple terms. It's a matter of respect, and unfortunately, it seems to have gone by the wayside with some of what has happened with internet and social media.
Thank you, Peter.
I love the basketball analogies. I just wish Dusty May and the players were here to hear this. Commissioner, when you don't have a qualified coach, I think you go to the fans. And here, I think, to piggyback Peter, I think where we need to go is the public, right? And it behooves us that we focus so much on Washington as we should in influencing Congress. But Washington is really a microcosm or a reflection of the rest of the country. And if we can help educate the public about the importance of mRNA vaccines, the importance of the scientific process, the threats that are out there, right? Why did we respond successfully to H5N1 and Zika and Ebola and all? People could visualize the threats, and I think until we can help the public understand these issues, and I know there's a COVID-weary public out there who are just coming off of a pandemic, but things in Washington, I think, will change once things outside of Washington change. And I think a key audience for us ought to be, whether it's through educating the public, polling of the public, talking to officials at the state and local level, candidates at the local and state level, understanding the threats, having them visualize the threats, understanding the technology, trying to erase some of the misconceptions out there in the myths. So I think you go to the fans in this case. I think you build trust. That's not going to come from D.C. That's going to come from communities, one community at a time. And so I think we need to increasingly have the public be our main audience.
Thank you.
I think we need to start by listening. I think one of the things we learned from COVID was when the community was wanting to protect the population. One of the things we observed from leaders in health was failure to address the other elements of what makes a human, a family, a community healthy. Financial health, the ability to see relatives, and to be able to balance the full spectrum of risks and benefits, listening and understanding under what conditions will the risk-benefit of a medicine be acceptable. I think if we can't, dictates will never be appropriate. We have a lot to learn, as much as a lot of information to share and to guide. It's different when you're working with a patient, a parent, a family with cystic fibrosis or a devastating rare disease. When you are talking about medications for a public under a potential future threat to protect them, it's very difficult, number one, to either take a medicine in advance, a vaccine, or to make an investment that you might not know for 1 year, 5 year, 10 years, 20 years, that investment, setting that requirement for a smallpox vaccine in 2001, or next generation smallpox vaccine in 2003, that 15 years later when there's a monkeypox outbreak, that program was beneficial. We've been investing in nuclear defense for 80 years now, and we're just in a fundamentally different state, which is why I continue to want to understand how we fundamentally reframe what we are doing here as a national security mission that will be measured against national security standards, and resources that are not viewed through the lens of public health, but through the lens of public or national security, which are fundamentally different. And if we don't have this industrial base to make medicines, and we're dependent on other countries, it's an extraordinary vulnerability that goes, you look at what's happening for critical minerals right now. I would posit that is the lens through which we have to look at critical medicines, whether they're generic medicines, innovative medicines, or medical countermeasures.
Thank you. Very thoughtful answers. Fred, you want to?
You know, I really liked your first sort of pose your question about the team. I am a season ticket holder here and have been for 40-some years. I've been to hundreds of games. And the remarked at lunch, it's the team. Those of us that go to a game here have seen a video, 115,000 others, every week with Bo Schembechler saying, the team. It's in our room. We had lunch in the women's volleyball team and locker room, and it's the team is there, and it's obviously something that Dusty said earlier this week. But it was the team that really put together 21st Century Cures. Peggy was a big part of that. We reached out to her and the FDA, and she had a number of demands, and we met them. She said, no, we don't want
I wanted more money.
Yeah, we gave you more money. We started at $250 million. She said, I want $500. We said, it's done. I mean, it was really, about a 10-second discussion with Frank Pallone and Diana DeGette and myself. But we had the leadership on both sides, from Nancy Pelosi to Steny Hoyer to Paul Ryan. We had a great teammate in Lamar Alexander over in the Senate, and an energized Joe Biden, who really helped us get to the finish line. But it was we worked with the interest groups, the disease groups, the universities. Certainly here at Michigan was terrific. I brought the staff here, but we went to Penn State, we went to MD Anderson, we went to Mayo's. And other members on the committee did the same thing. So collectively, the team was really there. And the lesson that I learned early in my political life, I was in charge of legislative affairs at OMB, and we learned real quick that it's the budget that drives the policy, not the policy that drives the budget. And so as we go through this really critical time, we were lucky with COVID. I mean, if we had not seen cures enacted in 2016, we would not have been ready for COVID in 2019 or 2020. We were able, because of the mRNA, because of the rapid speed, all the different things that we were able to establish, we were able to save hundreds of thousands of lives. This is a life and death situation. If we fail, it's death for folks. So the message that I think we have to have is, what is it that we can do to shake our former colleagues now to really see what's on the horizon and to be ready for it? And we have to enlist the team again, which involves you all, involves us, involves the country to try and get it done. Now, leading to my question, one of the reasons that drove us to get this thing done, and it was really a 3-year effort. I mean, we worked Thanksgiving Day in 2016 to make sure that Humpty Dumpty was put back together again. But the we saw that venture capital had left the U.S., 50% had gone overseas. We saw what China was doing. We saw what Ireland was doing. We saw the things that were happening. And there's a real fear. I mean, as we were able to kick the tires a little bit yesterday, and those of us that have gone overseas in the last year or two, we see that there's a real reluctance to send, I'll call it the best and the brightest here, and to be educated and stay here. I'd be interested as it relates to your own, University of Michigan, Eli Lilly, Monique, with your group. How is it right now in recruiting talent for your particular institution? Is it harder? Are you retaining people? Are you losing people? I mean, what's happened in terms of the brains that we need to make sure that we're ready for the next step, knowing that we've really seen pretty rapid reduction of funding and trouble on the, it's more than on the horizon, it's here today.
Yeah, so thanks. And another really great question. So it's still possible to recruit, but what I would say is the largest challenge that I see that we have is that, at least during my time at FDA, one of the best things that happened was the go-between between industry and FDA and academics. I think they cross-pollinate wonderfully. We can argue. We can have to send out for pizza tonight. We can argue till tonight if you want to argue that it's bad for people who have been in industry to go to FDA, because it's one of the best things that possibly could happen, and vice versa. And that, what I'm a little worried about is the current environment makes risk-taking in changing jobs, particularly going to the federal government, not happening. And not having you can, again, ask companies who gave the best chemistry manufacturing control, CMC advice at FDA. It was people who had been in industry on a factory floor who came into the agency. So I'm a little worried, at least from my perspective, that the current environment, it's less about dollars and cents and more about, don't get me wrong, 21st Century Cures, thank you so much. The pay authority was wonderful at FDA, but now there's other issues which have made it so that easy movement between government and private industry, private sector, or academics is not as easily done. And I think that's a brain drain. We would not have had Operation Warp Speed had it not been for a group of people who came from a variety of different disciplines who were able to leverage industry knowledge, academic knowledge, and government knowledge and work together.
Yeah, I'll add, Commissioner, that from the university perspective, that team that you mentioned, academia's got to be part of that team. But you also said that budget is what drives policy, and so what we're seeing from DC, thankfully Congress stepped in last year, is a real angst here at the university. I mean, we have a tremendous university, Michigan Center for Infectious Disease Threats, led by Professor Aubrey Gordon, who's here. We have a bioscience initiative. We have a lot of talent here, but when the signals from DC are that biomedical research isn't a priority, you see it in our students. Let's take a look at applicants to the University of Michigan School of Public Health. We've seen domestic applicants drop because of everything happening to public health. International applicants drop because of immigration policy. We have students asking, should I be going into infectious disease? Should I be going into working with local health departments? In faculty, you hear the same questions. Early to mid-career faculty who are asking, can I spend my career in a particular field, wondering what will happen if research funding from federal agencies doesn't come to fruition. And so I think there's a lot of angst. And if you agree that academia is part of the team, but if academia, I mean, we're trying to do as well as we can do, but if the signals are such that particular areas are not a priority or funding is not going to be there, it becomes very difficult for students, faculty, and to make the decisions, because this is the pipeline. This ought to be the pipeline for industry. This ought to be the pipeline for the federal government. And if the pipeline has angst because of policy decisions from DC, and then I think that's where we get into trouble.
I think it's code red on talent. I think we risk generational loss. My conversations with students, with faculty, the surveys, the news in Boston, again, the pride in Kendall Square of being the hub of biotechnology. The headlines are disturbing, again, at a generational level. I talked to a remarkable group of students recently. I'll get you the acronym, it's SNAP Coalition. But these students are on the front lines of not getting the scholarships, their faculty not getting funded, and they are getting these remarkable offers from Europe, from Asia, from China, that are almost impossible to say no to when you don't have any confidence of support here. So you either go there or you redirect your discipline. You get out of biomedical research, you get out of biotechnology, and again, devastating on a generational scale. So this is our generation's moment, as John Carley at Bio said in his annual letter a couple days ago. Who will author the next chapter of biotechnology is at stake here. And again, students, faculty here at the University of Michigan across the country are on the front lines, and decisions are being made every day in real time. I was the beneficiary of extraordinary support. A merit scholarship at Wayne State University that got me through my undergrad, an NSF fellowship that got me through graduate school here at Michigan, and an NIH postdoctoral fellowship. That level of support, unsustained, I think few leaders would be here today without that.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Donna, you know a little something about some of these issues.
I want to go back to some of the things that some of you said, and also about the budget issue. In Operation Warp Speed, we basically had an open checkbook to guarantee the market. The only other time I can think of in which we speeded up the research was during the AIDS crisis, where we literally told FDA, to speed up the approval of drugs. But in Warp Speed, we had the money, and we can talk about the team effect, but look at the Michigan basketball team. They also had money. 5 players, all of whom were transfers. I don't know how much each of them made, but NIL made it possible. But they also had extraordinary leadership in putting that team together, which was the same in Warp Speed. So some of the lessons are related to the resources, but also to the leadership. You happen to have a secretary who came out of industry who had also been in government, but he also came out of the pharmaceutical industry, so he sort of knew the players as well. And you had people at the FDA that saw themselves as part of the team. But at the end of the day, it was the basic research. Years ago, the Vaccine Center at NIH, the early research on MMR, which produced MIR. So you've also got to make, it seems to me, early investment in basic science, combined with all of those other elements that all of you identified, and probably a little bit of luck, and a lot of changing the rules and a willingness to take the existing structure and to make it move more quickly with a partnership of the private sector. And I'd like you to comment on that.
Yeah, so let's keep with the athlete analogies here. A good athlete has some basal level that they're able to go and play a game at.
Right.
But then they're able to go into overdrive. And I think what you're talking about is we need to have that basal level of robust scientific research here in the country that keeps us prepared for the inevitable. So if I say one thing today that I'm pretty sure I'm going to be right about, it's that sometime, I don't know whether it's next year, a decade from now, some really bad infection is going to come through this country. It could be one we know about like influenza, or it could be one we've never heard of. But The way we'll be prepared for that is if we have good basic levels of research. That's what the mRNA technology research did for us. And then we're able to flex because we have that extra reserve, as any good athlete does. So they, in the fourth quarter, when they have to make heroics, they have the power to flex. We'll be able to amp that up. And that's what I think this is about. It's about having basal level of good research going on all the time, and then being able to have a response capacity that can really amp it up when you need to, when something bad happens.
You know, Peter, I used to tell parents when they brought their freshmen in that we were at our best in preparing them for their third job. We didn't know what it was going to be, but we needed to give them the flexibility of mind so that they could absorb new technologies and had the context of history so that they could be prepared for their third job. That's essentially what you're saying.
Yeah,
that we can't anticipate with that basic research how we're going to use it necessarily, but we better have it there.
Well, I'll just add that I think, mRNA vaccines, cell-based vaccines for influenza, I mean, this is investments over 10, 20 years. It just doesn't happen overnight. But then that's the vaccine part, but the vaccination part, somebody brought that up, the difference between that. We also have, there's the basic science investment. What about our investment for state and local public health in this country?
Mm-hmm.
The best research suggests that we have a $4.5 billion deficit in assuring communities can be healthy. So in terms of assuring our local health departments can take care of their communities, and when that vaccine comes out, that they can vaccinate their population. And that investment is also important. You can't just turn that off. And unfortunately, over the last 2 decades, that investment goes up, and there's a crisis, and it goes down, up and down. There's no sustained investment in our health infrastructure. And therefore, even when we get the vaccine right, we don't get the vaccination part right because we haven't invested in that.
But it's not just public health. It's also the hospital system. It's
Absolutely.
the entire health system.
Absolutely.
Well, I had never seen hospitals do vaccinations before until COVID.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we had to use the entire health system.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's why Congresswoman DeGette's remarks about the hospital preparedness program losing funding. I mean, you know, these are core programs that were part of Pandemic All Hazards Preparedness Act, Hospital Preparedness Program, Public Health Emergency Preparedness. I mean, these are the boots on the grounds that when we get the basic science, we get the vaccines, this is what saves lives. It's the combination.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I'm going to try to keep us on schedule, but that may be hard. But Jim, next.
Sure, thank you. So, Peter, you walked us through many of the changes that this administration has wrought on the FDA that has undermined its historical record as the gold standard for safety and efficacy. Your optimistic comment towards the end was that, but we can rapidly turn this around under the right circumstances, which I assume means a new president of the United States, which is minimally, well, hopefully less than 3 years from now. But that's a long time. And I'd like you to share your thoughts on the ways and how bad things can get between now and then, and also how rapidly can we, in fact, reverse what has gone wrong?
So if what's going on right now continues for the next 3 years, we will have ceded most of the greatest achievements that we can have to China and to Australia and to others. This can't continue on because you have an FDA right now, which is in a situation where it's not just about who's at the very head of the organization. There are many layers of management, and those are decimated at the moment. And that is a catastrophe because those are the people who make the day-to-day decisions, who provide the important feedback to companies that help advance products that are important to patients.
Yourself included.
Yes. The problem here is that I actually think, again, without telling Congress what they should do, the only thing I can think of that could be done sooner is I think that given the opportunity, someone needs to re-strengthen civil service protections because the merit protections did not help me per se. They did not help many of my colleagues. And to do something to put some teeth into those merit protections so that people who had an incredible amount of experience are lost. And unfortunately, once burned, I don't think we're going to ever get those people back. So I think to the extent that something could be done sooner, if I were to raise my hand for the first thing I would do, it would be something like a Civil Service Restoration Act that said, look, if you are willing to work for the federal government, what I think it was like during Garfield's time, there was a reason why we did this, to protect people's jobs, and that's how we might be able to get people to get there. But they're going to have to feel, it's going to have teeth, because they're going to have to feel comfortable that someone else would not undermine it again. But without it, whether it's 2 years, whether it's a year from now or 3 years from now, without something like that, I don't think the FDA will ever be the same again. Because there's no way it can. There's no way that without that. Just to take a moment, the certainty of the previous to 2025, the certainty of what of a good job with employment for the government meant counted for a lot for some people. Once that's gone out the window, there's no reason why one wouldn't want to take a job in industry that pays much more, because the job security in industry is at will, and if the FDA becomes at will, what's the difference?
Yeah, because the problem isn't, as we've learned, the problem isn't that it's the inability to get rid of incompetent staff. The problem is it's the ability to get rid of very competent staff, and that's what we're facing now.
I'll just briefly add, as a proud career civil servant for 10 years at HHS, Congress did a phenomenal job in the FY26 budget to protect scientific funding, NIH budget, et cetera. The problem, the staff. HHS went up from 80,000 to 60,000. So you lost 25% of your staff. You lost all that institutional knowledge. And so now we have our faculty researchers trying to call federal agencies. Nobody's picking up the phone because the staff are not there. So it's one thing to get the budget right, but if the staff are no longer there, then a lot of agencies, they're not using their budget, gets impounded and goes back to the Treasury. And so it's the budget, but to Dr. Marks' point, I mean, I think you got to protect the staff, because what good is the budget if there's no staff?
So as Dr. Marks said, we can't wait for another 3 years to correct this, which means the Congress has to step up and step in and show up. And I'm curious about something that, to what extent does the university lobby your congressional delegation? Right now, if my memory serves me right, you have 7 Republicans in your delegation who theoretically should be interested in, because you've done a remarkable job this afternoon in describing all of the problems that you see in the biopharmaceutical environment. Curious to know how that relationship is. Does this university lobby them on these issues specifically? Does it fall on deaf ears? What's it been like?
Yeah, I can't say sort of specifically on biodefense issues. Yes, on broader biomedical research, but difficult to get traction. And I think that's probably not a unique. But from what I understand from our colleagues, just lots of people trying, but very difficult to see the output.
Right, and that may be different this time next year. Dr. Mansour, you mentioned the limitations of one bug, one drug. Could you elaborate a little bit on how you think we can transcend that technologically?
Part of the message was that there is a case to be made for one bug, one drug in exceptional circumstances. Then before we abandon programs, for example, for smallpox or anthrax, to look at the risk-benefit, the ROI on a continued investment in a fragile industrial base and capability. Because once lost, similar to talent, getting that back will be extraordinarily challenged. The idea of platforms, I mean, arguably egg-based vaccine manufacturing for flu is a platform. It has to be changed every year. It's more of a challenge to do an H5 or an H7. What is too often underappreciated is that when technology allows the pivot, I can make this or I can make that. Well, we also have to account for, and I experienced this at Novartis when we had obligations to deliver a seasonal flu vaccine in March 31st, 2013, where a very concerning virus was coming out of Southeast Asia, H7N9, that looked like it could be our next pandemic. And very difficult discussions happen about which customer, which contracts do I breach my commitments to in order to make the government's calling, we need this, not that. The business case, everything along that pivot has to be accounted for when the technology allows the platform to be used for something else. And I think I haven't seen a full accounting of that yet. So that's really, and that's part of test your assumptions, right? The Dr. Rob's adage, and then a miracle happens. Because to have to go to a CEO and say, we're going to breach this contract, the government wants to do this, but nobody knows, is it going to turn into the next pandemic or not? And without, as Secretary Shalala said, a commitment, if you build it, we'll buy it, then it's a really, really big challenge for, it's almost illegal and irresponsible for a corporate leader to redirect and give up a market for an unknown. So Project BioShield was, again, I think, arguably one of those situations where we said, if you build it, we'll buy it. Soon after 9/11, it was $5.6 billion over 10 years, much bigger than zero. But that was for every threat for 300 million people over 10 years. That was $2 per person per threat. I was on a stage many times talking about that. So we've never had enough money for this mission. We've always had to make very difficult choices. So I think, again, this breaking it down to accountabilities and who's going to do what by when, and difficult choices will have to be made. So to your question, sir, it's one bug, one drug. We don't ask for one medicine for cancer, right? We have to appreciate the complexity of the virus or the mutation or the agent. That's one of the fidelity of the intricacies of human biology. What we do need to do is make a value proposition and a business case of what it would cost to maintain this one bug, one drug versus a hypothetical in the future. Maybe we will have a universal flu vaccine. We've heard that for 30 years. So we can't give up certain capabilities as it's balancing, again, the promise of future capabilities, broad spectrum platform, with the urgency of our vulnerability now.
Thank you.
And maybe it isn't always either or. Maybe if we advance the science, we can do both more efficiently and effectively. Anyway, I'm going to give Raj an opportunity to infuse us as we end with optimism, right?
Okay. You all have, first of all, thank you for your leadership. I've had a chance to work or collaborate with many of you in other ways, and you've all made such an eloquent case from that without science, Americans' prosperity is at risk. Without science, Americans' safety is at risk, and I thank you for continuing to beat that drumbeat because it's critical. I have a question for each of you, and you can just answer quickly given we're short on time. Dr. Marks, you highlighted a pretty eloquent playbook from Operation Warp Speed, multiple development candidates, compressed timelines or do them in parallel for preclinical and clinical work while not compromising on safety, the at-risk capital from government that allowed you to take multiple bets at the same time, then the deployment. It strikes me that in a moment when biodefense, pandemic preparedness, even in the best of times, is often neglected without a crisis in front of our faces, that playbook could be relevant for the other crises we have in chronic disease, for instance. You think about dementia, it could use a moonshot. You think about cancer, it could use a moonshot. You think about diabetes, it could use a moonshot. And that moonshot, in terms of its private-public partnership, might look a lot like the plays you relayed. I'm curious, we're in the reality in the moment we're in now with the cuts happening as they are. Tell us what the future could look like if we were to return to a different cycle.
So I really want to thank you for that question, because that one of the things I was trying to allude to is that we have not garnered all the learning we could have for precisely those kinds of things from what went right in Operation Warp Speed. We need to look at the communications issues and do a postmortem on those. That's a different issue. But in terms of the development piece of this, the manufacturing, I think we could gain a lot in chronic diseases for what happens when you leverage academics, industry, put people together working in a pre-competitive space, moving things forward in terms of the tools you need. Some competitiveness then is good in the clinical space. And I think we could end up with an even more robust medical ecosystem, leading to more cures for more diseases, particularly in the neurologic space. It's some of the really hard nuts to crack. But that we could look back, and I don't think we've taken, I think in our collective post-traumatic stress disorder from COVID-19, I don't think we've taken the time to really sit down and see how many of the things that we did do there could be applied to a much broader place. So I really thank you for that question.
Thank you. Dr. Parikh, just to follow up on that, you have had such a tremendous career, government bipartisan policy center now at the university here. You've been, again, quite made some potent points about the role of getting the fan base, the public engaged. Americans are probably paying more attention now as cuts are being made than ever before, but perhaps still there's a huge gap to take awareness to action. What role do universities play in that? I'm struck. Universities have the academic, the industry, and the government connection, but they're also of the community. Struck by the Detroit banner says Michigan medicine, it has better answers than basic medicine. And so is there a role that universities should be playing to engage the public, to go from awareness to action so we get more political pressure, no matter who's in charge?
Yeah, I think universities themselves are going through a phase where there are trust issues among some in the public, but I don't think we're just starting to scratch the surface in terms of how universities can be a leader in being trustworthy entities for communicating science, for example. One thing that public health knows it needs to do better post-COVID is communications, and I think making sure that we can understand in plain language scientific concepts, what the threats are out there, what vaccines are to reduce vaccine hesitancy. I think university has a special role there, and I think universities need to lean in there, and I hope our university is already doing it. I hope we can do it more.
Yeah. Last question for Dr. Mansoura. We talked about the coach and the team. When I was at the National Security Council, after Prevent Pandemics Act was brought into law, it had a galvanizing effect for the Biden administration. We did put forward a White House Office of Pandemic Preparedness and Response. My successor at the NSC, Dr. Major General Paul Friedrichs, as you know, took over that office. And what was striking to me is that there was not a ability for a budget for that office to be prioritized. And what ended up happening is the White House office's budget, which is more discretionary than most budgets in the EOP, in the Executive Office of the President, was the pot from which any money would be allocated to the OPPR. And that presented a problem because, as we know, the White House office budget has to deal with all kinds of crises, health, biological, or otherwise. And one of the ideas that came forward, and I don't want to state this as a position of the commission at all, but it's an idea that's come up, is should there be legislation that allows the OPPR to have the authorities for budgeting that the Office of the National Cyber Director has, which is to go through the President's budget request cycle and to coordinate with OMB as other parts of the federal budget are handled. I'm curious about your view on that, if that is something you've considered, and whether you have an opinion on whether that's a good idea or not to consider.
It's a good idea to consider, absolutely. Again, I think it's a follow the money and accountability. And I think absent that, General Friedrichs has commented before this commission and elsewhere of the challenges he faced without having that authority. So in cybersecurity, we've done that. In the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, we've done that. We've given them budget authority and budget allocation. And with that comes the obligation to be accountable, right? And to ensure accountability. Is it absolutely necessary? I think the counterexample to that is what the Leavitt team did, Secretary Leavitt, when they got the $7 billion, Anand, you were there, for pandemic preparedness, the first real infusion of investment from Congress in late 2005. That team, Secretary Leavitt's team, built out with the budget director, Rich McKeon, and Charlie, accountabilities. There was a very detailed plan for moving from the egg-based to the cell-based, and down selects, and allocation of funds, and reporting, transparency of reporting to Congress, to the American people. You could download it on the HHS website. 426 action items. Yes, we groaned, right? But that type of accountability was from HHS, but spanned the interagency. It's not ideal. I believe, I agree that a White House leader, you can't have one secretary really directing another. The White House leadership is critical, but absent, again, the budget control, it's incredibly difficult.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I think that we have used our time well. We've used more time than we were actually allocated on the agenda, but we thank you for your insights and your expertise. I think, really, we've gained a lot of insights, and you've pointed us in some important directions for us to continue to talk about as a commission in terms of how we can make a difference to help support the work you do and the broader context of that work. So thank you so much. I think we're due for a break.
Yes, we're
Fred,
going.
Do you want to define how long that break should be?
If we walk fast, it'll be about 10 minutes. Those of us here on the panel are going to go take a look at the $35 million big screen in the 20 yards away.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jumbotron. Okay.
innovation. The United States leads the world in biotechnology, biopharmaceutical innovation. At least historically, we have innovated more drugs per year than the rest of the world combined. That didn't happen by accident. It happened in large measure because of the extent to which we have funded the NIH to develop the basic science that goes out to the universities and then can attract investment for the applied science by biopharmaceutical companies of all sizes. And there's also happened because the FDA has been the gold standard for regulatory science in the world. And as we all know, all of that is being undermined right now. We've been hearing about that throughout the day. We've got a significant cut now, 13% reduction in the president's current budget for the NIH. We have the anti-vaccine phenomenon going on at the HHS, and we have an uncertain economic conditions in the country right now, and that impacts the willingness of investors to risk their money on what is already a highly risky enterprise. And all of those factors apply to the companies that are trying to keep us safe from pandemics and from bioterror events. And so we're going to hear from this panel about their experiences in those regards, unless you have something entirely different to say. And so to present their thoughts, we have first Kevin Esch, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, Executive Vice President of our Research and Development at Zoetis. We have Paul Williams, the Senior Vice President for Products Business at Emergent Biosolutions. And we have Mary Retzlaff, Dr. Mary Retzlaff, who's the Chief Scientific Officer at Ambient Biosciences. And then Stephen Rapundolo, Dr. Rapundolo, President and Chief Executive Officer at the Michigan Biosciences Industry Association. I'll give him a little bit of a commercial. He and I have known each other for about 15 years. Well, I've known each other about 20 years now. And Stephen...
I'm longer. I'm like 30.
Stephen has led the affiliate of Bio, which I ran for 16 years. And I think the last time I was in Michigan, it was at your invitation. We spent a day or so visiting all kinds of biotechnology companies and research institutions. We had met with Governor Whitmer, I think, at the time. So thank you for that invitation, for your continued service, and for all of your service. And with that, Kevin, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Commissioner Greenwood, and thank you to the Commission for the opportunity to be here. It's a privilege to join Michigan leaders working to prioritize animal health, human health, our food supply, and our economy. I currently lead research and development at Zoetis, a global leader in animal health. Our purpose is to nurture our world and humankind by advancing care for animals. We pioneer innovative ways to predict, prevent, detect, and treat animal illnesses, supporting veterinarians, livestock producers, and pet owners globally. In the true spirit of One Health, Zoetis and the animal health industry have an ongoing commitment to the efforts of this commission. Our headquarters for research and development is right here in Michigan in Kalamazoo, where we employ over 1,300 scientists and manufacturing engineers and experts. We integrate disease biology, vaccines, biopharmaceuticals, small molecules, population and precision medicine, diagnostics, biodevices, and manufacturing technology to move quickly from disease recognition to prevention, management, and treatment options. As we all know, animal disease outbreaks can upend food security, disrupt economies, and spill over into human populations. By innovating in animal health, we can help strengthen national biodefense. Zoetis applies a One Health approach to everything that we do, including tracking approximately 200 zoonotic diseases highlighted by the World Health Organization. We accomplish this through our Center for Transboundary and Emerging Diseases, which mobilizes company-wide resources with government and veterinary partnerships, as well as academic partnerships to identify and combat high-impact threats. Over the years, we've had multiple successes in a rapid response to emerging threats around the globe, including in the United States. One example is a conditional licensure for porcine epidemic diarrhea virus after that disease emerged simultaneously in 3 Midwestern states in May of 2013, where we received conditional licensure for that vaccination in early 2014 through close partnership with the USDA and universities like Iowa State University, Minnesota, and Indiana. We also, more recently, have had a rapid response to highly pathogenic avian influenza. By leveraging our global footprint and work we've done on avian influenza strains globally, we're able to leverage our insights quickly and partner with the USDA to gain conditional licensure for our avian influenza vaccine in both poultry and cattle, which stands ready to use should we make the decision that vaccination is appropriate under the current circumstances. Even more recently, Zoetis was the first company to receive conditional approval for a livestock parasiticide to combat the threat of New World screwworm on our southern border. Secretary Rollins communicated in a plan to combat New World screwworm in June of this year, where it's reached within 70 miles of our southern border, putting livestock producers at billions of dollars of risk. And in the precision animal health space outside the U.S., our data scientists have recently collaborated with our aquaculture research group in Oslo, Norway, on geospatial, environmental, and diagnostic modeling to help predict outbreaks of pancreatic disease for Norwegian salmon farms as an example of artificial intelligence giving us an early warning system to help predict the emergence of outbreaks. So what can we do to partner better in animal health innovation for biodefense? The first you've heard a lot about already today. We can support business policies that support investments in innovation broadly in academic institutions, in public health agencies, and in health communication. Specifically, areas like public health efforts to address vaccine hesitancy, which bleed over into the animal health space as well, are critically important for our ability to maintain the health of animals as well as humans. We need more proactive communication and strategy development in academic, industry, and government partnerships, which allow us to develop strategies and plans that will allow us to be not just effectively reactive, but more proactive in our approach to biodefense for emerging threats. If you listen to the previous examples that I gave, we were able to respond quickly, but responding quickly is still 6 months to a year under the best circumstances to generate a new vaccine. We also need to continue to support efficient and effective regulatory pathways, which include emergency and conditional use. We understand the decision for vaccination will always lie with our government authorities, but through better partnership, more effective communication, we can build on what's already there to be even more effective in our partnership and our ability to bring solutions that are safe, effective, and of high quality to customers and to the public earlier. Structured knowledge sharing is also incredibly important to moving efforts forward. We all know detection is the first step in being able to identify a threat, and having structured data systems which allow more transparent diagnostic sharing of data will be critically important globally for us to be able to identify when threats may emerge and how to respond. And finally, the ability to create stockpile strategies or develop manufacturing technologies. We've talked a little bit about it in human health, in animal health, because of the nature of our diseases, the level of the investment, and because many of our diseases that we track are foreign animal diseases. We need to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place in some way to be able to respond quickly and in a way that's frankly feasible for all parties involved. Tackling biological threats requires close partnership, collaboration, and robust strategic planning. Academia, government, and industry each bring vital strengths: discovery sciences, high containment capabilities, and large capacity, regulatory stewardship, and scalable manufacturing and distribution, all of which are important to success. By connecting these strengths with clear priorities, more effective communication, and strategic planning, we can build on previous progress and continue our path towards readiness. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Thanks for another invite back to be with the commission. I really appreciate it. At Immersion, our mission is to protect and save lives, and I can't think of a more aligned purpose that we have with the commission. I'd like to frame my remarks really around three areas. One, how innovation becomes reality, the importance of partnership, and I think challenges that exist in the space and that we need to think about as we move forward. I know we talked a lot about legislation and funding and R&D and the path to get there. I kind of think where what I'd like to represent is like, well, what's on the other side when you have to make it and live with it and ensure that that capability is sustained. So it's kind of the perspective I want to bring for the industry as well as just my company. So starting with how innovation becomes a reality, we're here in Michigan, where Emergent was founded. Down the road at that other town that is green, we have a facility that makes our anthrax vaccine, over 200 people. And more than 2 decades ago, before biodefense was even a commonly used term, the U.S. government faced a very real challenge, the need for a reliable domestic supply of anthrax vaccine. That vaccine was being produced at a state-run facility up the road in Lansing, obviously. The government's need was real. Anthrax was understood as a credible national security threat, and maintaining manufacturing capacity was required expertise, capital, and sustained attention. Through a public-private transition and scientific and technical collaboration with the government, the Lansing facility became the foundation of what would later become Emergent Biosolutions. From the very beginning, Emergent was built to meet the biodefense needs that the commercial market alone would not support. It's very important. The anthrax vaccine in no way was a blockbuster product. There was and still is no consumer demand for an anthrax vaccine, but there is a clear government requirement that exists and a shared understanding that preparedness demands a standing capability, not just sort of last-minute solutions. Which takes me to partnership. What we started in Michigan, I think, really established a model and showed that when the government provides clear requirements, regulatory pathways, sustained partnership, the private sector can then invest, innovate, and build capacity that endures. Really a nice symbiosis, if you will. And that partnership has really made it possible to maintain really a highly specialized U.S. workforce, comply with rigorous regulatory and compliance standards, and I think continuously improve our quality and our manufacturing resilience. I think building on the anthrax vaccine, we've expanded our portfolio to address multiple high consequence threats, including smallpox, mpox, botulism, and Ebola. Entities like BARDA and ASPR, they don't just provide the funding, they do provide the strategic partnership, whether that's early technical guidance, shared risk during development, clarity around procurement, and then alignment between public health and national security priorities. That alignment is really what's made it possible for us to move from a one-product company to really a diversified portfolio that helps support not only the strategic national stockpile, but also allied nations around the world. To be clear, this is not easy work in no way, shape, form, or fashion, but we love it as a company. But my third point really gets to the challenges that I think must be recognized, and they exist today, but I think as we look forward, we think about innovation and sort of what the next gen is around medical countermeasures. I think we got to find a way to turn these challenges into opportunities in terms of if we're going to evolve to what I think we want to evolve to based on what we've heard over the course of the day. Manufacturing medical countermeasures requires facilities that are always ready and a highly skilled workforce in place, even when demand is episodic. It also requires companies to invest ahead of need and often long before the threats are visible. It's not optional in biodefense. It's really foundational to have that level of operating. I think the lesson from our history in Michigan is straightforward. Like, readiness is not something you can surge when a crisis hits. It has to be designed, built, and sustained over time. If capacity is lost or a facility is idled or closed or a workforce disperses, it can take years, not months, to actually rebuild that capability. So as we look to the future of medical countermeasures development, I believe the path forward requires this continued clear government leadership. We've been talking about that all day, I think, and I have some thoughts on that. But these durable partnerships and a shared conviction that domestic readiness itself is a national asset. But it can't be an afterthought or just an optional line item on a budget each year that gets determined sort of indiscriminately and sort of outside of what the mission of what this whole industrial complex was designed to do. Our history from a single anthrax vaccine in Lansing to this broader portfolio is proof of like what we can actually deliver on if we approach it in that fashion. But I think it's also a reminder that the choices policymakers make today about funding, stability, procurement, predictability, and partnership will really kind of shape where we go forward, whether that's the Category A threats or the thoughts of how we come up with platform technologies and things as we move forward. So anyway, those are my remarks. Really, really great to be here, and look forward to your questions as we go forward.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Retzlaff.
Thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm very pleased to participate in this event. I'd also like to thank the University of Michigan. We've been occupants of the University of Michigan incubator space since 2001, and have had a great experience there. Just to give you a little background, I'm a chemist by training. Prior to joining Ambient Biosciences, I worked at Merck in vaccine development for 2 decades. The organization I was in was responsible for process, analytical, and formulation development for all products in clinical development. During that time, I had the opportunity to really see firsthand how important product stability is, not just to the quality of the products we were selling, but also on the cost of goods and our ability to deliver them to patients reliably. At Ambient, we recognize that the stability of biological materials continues to be a challenge that impacts our ability to protect individuals and communities around the world. And those challenges extend well beyond just delivery of drugs and vaccines. I joined Ambient in 2020, and I've had the privilege of working with a really fantastic team of scientists and engineers who have developed a novel stabilization platform. Our technology allows us to store temperature-sensitive biomolecules without refrigeration or freezing. Our goal is to integrate our technology into our partners' products to enable them to deliver life-saving solutions free from the burden of cold chain, and to be able to reduce the risk of product failure and meet their customers' needs. We've successfully demonstrated the efficacy of this platform across a broad range of biological materials. We can stabilize peptides, antibodies, enzymes, RNA, DNA, and live viruses. We're currently initiating a project to investigate the stabilization of cells. Given that breadth of material we can stabilize, our technology can be used to deploy biodefense solutions and public health products without cold chain. We're currently working with partners to develop products to support diagnostics and biosurveillance in extreme environments. We're looking at delivery of vaccines and therapeutics, both for people and for animals. And we're beginning a collaboration to look at next-generation wound healing solutions. So far, we've been very fortunate. We've been able to fund our development largely through private investment. That's allowed us to move quickly to prove our core science. More recently, we've partnered with several government agencies within DOW to obtain non-dilutive funding for specific applications in the area of sample collection and biological agent detection. Our goal is to develop products that can enable that work to occur safely and effectively in very, very harsh environments. We really value the support those government agencies have provided to us, but our journey to get to this point has highlighted a couple of structural barriers for companies developing enabling technologies. Most government funding opportunities are tethered to a single, very narrow product or even a single pathogen. There are very few mechanisms to fund broadly applicable technology platforms that can serve as a force multiplier and can potentially revolutionize dozens of products simultaneously. We think that's a gap in the lack of support for platform-level innovation, and that represents a strategic gap in our national biodefense infrastructure. Additionally, for small organizations like ours, which have limited resources, our challenge goes beyond finding funding. We also need to ensure mission alignment. We can only develop a limited number of products in parallel. We really need to focus on those applications that are going to bring the greatest value for our customers and for our business. We need clear guidance from the government on where the intersection is between our capabilities and the most urgent priorities. We think it would be very helpful to have a centralized navigator or a point of contact within the biodefense network who can help companies map their technical solutions to the most urgent national needs. that would streamline the process of innovation and allow us to quickly move past proof of concept and accelerate deployment of technologies that have the potential to make our medical countermeasures, biosurveillance, and health initiatives more robust and help us prepare for the next crisis. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, Stephen.
Well, Mr. Chairman, distinguished commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm honored to represent Michigan's biotechnology community, an ecosystem that includes more than 3,300 bioscience establishments, nearly 48,000 jobs, and over $55 billion in economic impact statewide. Michigan remains a top bioscience state by employment, particularly in both medical devices and pharmaceuticals. And yet, while our statewide bioindustry has grown steadily over the past decade, our relative national ranking has declined as other states with smaller industry footprints, and as well as other countries, have moved more aggressively with coordinated investment and policy alignment. And I mention that to make the point that leadership in biotechnology is not guaranteed. It must be continuously built and protected. Now, Michigan's bioindustry strengths lie in the breadth and integration of its bioeconomy. In addition to being a leader in pharma and medical devices, and for those who aren't aware, Michigan was the only state, I believe, to be producing 4 out of the 5 COVID vaccines. We're the only one that produces the monkeypox vaccine, and as you've heard, Emergent does the anthrax. But we're also a critical contributor to advancing manufacturing, diagnostics, and contract research. And we're a state where research, production, logistics, and distribution are tightly interconnected. And our workforce reflects this structure, anchored in production, regulatory science, quality systems, supply chain execution, all essential to biodefense readiness. Our workforce has grown, our biosciences workforce has grown 42% since 2006, reaching record levels in '24. But we're now in a new phase, one defined by precision, not expansion. Employers are hiring more selectively, prioritizing mid-career, high-skill technical roles, and integrating AI, automation, digital systems across operations. Critically, they are investing in upskilling existing workers because the workforce challenge is no longer simply filling jobs, although that is still a challenge. It is building adaptable, technology-enabled talent. Now, the core economic driver of this ecosystem is federal research investment, particularly through the NIH. This is the foundation of our innovation pipeline, our workforce development system, and our commercialization engine. But today, as you've heard earlier, that foundation is under immense strain. We are seeing uncertainty in federal research funding and regulatory systems, reduced confidence in long-term investment signals, and pressure on the scientific workforce. This is destabilizing the entire innovation pipeline and weakens our national readiness. Meanwhile, global competitors, particularly China, are investing with scale. They're doing so with consistency and a long-term strategic alignment that collectively are rapidly eroding U.S. leadership in biotechnology innovation and manufacturing. A second essential driver of bioindustry growth is talent pipelines and workforce development. And our workforce data is clear, and I just handed Congressman Upton our latest workforce trends report. Our challenge is no longer simply producing graduates, and we've always been a top 10 STEM producer. Rather, it is building a highly adaptable, continuously evolving workforce. The National Security Commission on Emergent Biotechnology reinforces this, calling for a stronger bioscience plus data plus engineering integration, expanded work-based learning, and a national investment in regional workforce ecosystems. And in particular, the lack of state-supported biomanufacturing workforce training facilities and programs can be a major competitive disadvantage in regions to both industry expansion and retention and placement of STEM and other skilled talent. A third key driver for the bioindustry is access to capital. Biotechnology companies require significantly more capital, longer development timelines, and carry higher technical and regulatory risk than most other sectors, making them less attractive to traditional investors without clear policy signals or co-investment structures. And while early-stage support has improved, companies still struggle to scale domestically, build manufacturing capacity, and remain anchored in U.S. innovation ecosystems. Other leading regions have addressed this through coordinated public-private investment strategies. And in non-coastal geographies like Michigan, Capital is often fragmented and insufficient at the growth stage, forcing companies to seek funding and ultimately scale operations outside their region, which directly undermines domestic manufacturing capacity and supply chain resilience. The last essential driver is business climate and economic strategy. The regions and nations that are winning are not just investing more. They are creating clear incentives for R&D, early-stage investment, manufacturing scale-up and reshoring, and workforce retention that all align with one another. Also, they are operating with coherence and long-term intent. All of what I've described are not only economic issues, they are biodefense exposures. A nation that undermines its research enterprise, disrupts funding consistency, loses scientific talent, and fails to scale innovation, domestically becomes more vulnerable. And if left unaddressed, the consequences will be generational. Because in biotechnology and in biodefense, uncertainty is not neutral. It is a competitive disadvantage and, importantly, a public health and welfare liability. And the stakes are too high for the U.S. to accept that outcome. So thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And I should just say that a couple of our members are going to have to leave to catch airplanes, but don't take it personally. It's the schedule of the airplanes. So, Dr. Ash and Mr. Williams, I'd like you to talk a little bit about how it is that you choose which products to manufacture for what purposes, and to what extent your decisions are driven by exactly what is needed most and soonest, or are there other factors that bend that decision making one way or the other?
Yeah, so I'll go first. I mean, for animal health, the health of livestock, which is essentially our patients, also is the lifeblood of our customer. And so anything that has the highest ability to impact our customers will likely be an area of investment. We are a global company, so we make those considerations globally, and we track lots of emerging infectious diseases that we do vaccine work for ex-US as well. Examples include African swine fever as it emerged in Southeast Asia, or blue tongue virus. But we do have a very strong presence in the United States, and it is a majority of our revenue. And so anything that has the potential to severely impact our customers will very likely draw investment from us. I mean, some of the examples that were given around, for instance, New World screwworm, in that example, we had existing data from South America where we have used that product for that disease in other markets, so it was relatively easy to provide the efficacy and safety data necessary. In other cases, like with COVID, we saw the potential early on for that disease to jump species. There was evidence from cats, there was some evidence from white-tailed deer, and we didn't know where it was going to go. We made the decision to move ahead with our vaccine at risk and never launched it. We donated that vaccine, and it went into numerous protected and zoo animal species around the globe. So we certainly helped veterinary medicine in that case, but not at profit for the company. I think, so in short, as it impacts our customers, it will impact how we make decisions. Now, we've also partnered with USDA previously on FMD stockpiles. So I think there's great opportunities for government and industry partnership. I think the challenge, if you're thinking about biodefense specifically, is, as I mentioned, we track nearly 200 zoonotic infectious diseases, and it's impossible to develop stockpiles for the diversity of threats that we could potentially face. So that continues to be a challenge.
So it sounds like, for the most part, your decisions are really market-driven. It's your customers are demanding it, and so therefore, on the basis of that, you can take the risk to make the investments. Is that right?
And I think in veterinary medicine, that is generally the case because of the costs to the agricultural economy that comes along with some of these challenges.
And do the farmers, are they able to sufficiently anticipate that to know that they create the demand, or does the government need to? I mean, does there need to be early warning notifications to drive the market?
So that's an interesting question. much like all early R&D, we do a lot at risk. And so even if we're not getting direct information from farmers, we have robust academic industry diagnostic lab partnerships around the globe, and we take a close look at what might be emerging and what we think will emerge in various areas. And we may make the decision to move at risk in those cases. I think as it pertains to our producers, that is medical education that we need to provide. We heard from the state veterinarian earlier today in Michigan. Medical education is key when it comes to our agricultural producers, and certainly we can't avoid the potential trade implications of some of these diseases as well, which always come into consideration as we're deciding to pursue them.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
Sure. I think at Emergent, we're in a kind of a unique situation. We see ourselves as a trusted partner with the U.S. government. We have this fairly robust portfolio of medical countermeasures. I'd say, but we're still a private company. We don't obviously have direct views to threat assessments, so we rely a lot on the BARDA strategic plan, or what has been generally a good pathway for us, or a roadmap for us to look at from a partnership standpoint. At times, we can be brought in by DOW or BARDA, depending on the threat. At the same time, we've looked for adjacency. So if we have a vaccine in smallpox, we now have a therapeutic in smallpox. We have a monoclonal antibody capability, so we brought in the Ebola product, which is going to be a monoclonal antibody. So we try to look at it, does it fit in terms of where the product needs to be delivered to market? Can we expand what different ways to respond to the threat? And can it leverage capabilities that we actually have within the company? Obviously, we do all this work. It's a lot of investment we've made to work and engage with the U.S. government at this level. And so for us, it's easier to bring in a product than maybe a single standalone company actually doing that.
I think historically there was a problem with if you build it, we may or may not buy it.
Yeah.
On the part of, has that gotten better over the last 5-10 years, would you say?
No, I don't think it's gotten better. I think it was what I was referring to earlier. And look, I get it. It's like budgets. I think when you get into procurement, once the R&D is over, and if you just sort of follow the chain of like BARDA over to the SNS, and sort of the product becomes commercially available, not in the commercial market, but to be deployed and into the stockpile, that gets handed off, and it almost loses the mission and the energy and the purpose of what it was designed, that all the R&D and the funding got to. And you're now in the hands of an agency of the government. The great people do great work, but their priorities are different. They're looking at it in a different way. And I think certainly over the last 5 years, I think the COVID piece sort of co-opted what the purpose of the NSS was actually for, which has created challenges and help people look at how we're going to fund these things differently. You've seen a shift to, well, what's the least amount I can buy from you, Paul, that'll allow you to keep the capability maintained, right? And that's a really hard place to live from and run a business around. And so I think getting medical countermeasures out of this annual funding cycle, this sort of sporadic sort of flows every year, depending on who's making the decisions, and into a different place. We don't have that problem with DOW, right? 10-year contract for Biothrax, minimum order quantities. We know exactly what it takes to maintain that capability. But for the ones that are in the SNS, it just ebbs and flows every year, and it's challenging. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ratzlaff, you referred to a gap, and I don't think I captured exactly. Could you just reiterate what that gap is and what you think is needed to fill that gap?
Yeah. So right now, if we go to an organization like BARDA to look for funding for our technology, the feedback we will get is we have funding for a universal flu vaccine, partner with somebody who has a universal flu vaccine and make it thermostable and come back. They can't fund an enabling technology. So we have a technology that has potential to revolutionize a whole lot of different areas, but we can only get funding to develop one specific narrow application. So the lack of funding for platform technologies, I think, is a gap.
And so if you know that, why doesn't BARDA know that?
I think BARDA knows it, and there was some discussion at a conference last week, the World Vaccine Congress, about the need to make a switch from product-based funding to platform. But there's some confusion, or there's some struggle with how to make that transition and how to structure the funding mechanisms.
And can BARDA do that on its own, or does it need congressional direction?
So we spoke to BARDA a year ago through what's called their Tech Watch program, where we were able to present our technology, and they were very blunt and said they do not have authorization to fund platform technologies. It's very product or pathogen specific. They were very helpful and gave us a lot of different contacts. But right now, when we go looking for government funding, we have a list of 30 doors, and we go knock on each door, and we will take the first funding opportunity we can get, whether that's the one where there's the most urgent need, and that's the one that best meets our technology, which I don't think is the most efficient way to pair a new technology with needs.
And have you been knocking on the doors of members of Congress to get them to create the authorization that BARDA needs?
We started bringing it up. We raised it at the World Vaccine Congress, and we're looking into starting that campaign.
Very good. Stephen?
Can I just say something? Just the irony of that. We had to shutter a universal flu vaccine program because BARDA came to us and we're like, until you can put this in a platform, we just aren't really interested in. So you just again, great people working there, but just kind of a whole misalignment around.
Gotcha.
Again, they should be empowered to put those two together easily. And
So Stephen, if my history is right, we think about biotechnology starting in San Francisco and in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and largely because of the universities that were there and the NIH funding there. And I think it's fair to say that Michigan came along in a later than that, but you've caught up. So tell me if I'm wrong about my premise, but what are the keys that Michigan specific that has made you to create such a success here?
Well, if we're talking about biotechnology per se, then what you describe is accurate. However, I would say Michigan has had the longest legacy in pharmaceuticals than any other state, home to the first two pharma companies in the country. Park Davis got started in Detroit in 1866, right after the Civil War.
So you weren't involved in that then?
No, I'm old, but I'm not that old. And Upjohn started in 1886. A third company called Perrigo started in 1887. It still exists today. Both the prior two are now Pfizer. Perrigo still exists. It's, I think, the world's largest private label OTC manufacturer, and they're still here in the west side of the state. So we've had a long, long legacy.
And did those companies emerge from chemical companies and then become pharmaceutical companies, or did they originate?
In the case of Perrigo, yes. Doctors Park and Davis were pharmacists, if I'm not mistaken. Upjohn, Congressman Upton would probably be might know that better than I. Park Davis also originated the whole concept of clinical trials. That all got started here. So we've had a long, long legacy, and as you know, amongst my brethren, I'm the only one with drug discovery and development experience. I worked down the road here, helped develop Lipitor, and started what became as Eliquis, and so now we've been around for a long time. We just tend we don't tell our story well enough and loud enough. That's part of the problem.
Donna.
Yes. When you give away a vaccine, can you write off the R&D costs on your taxes? I wondered about
That's
that.
a good question. I might have to ask our CFO that. So I think we probably do take somewhat of a write-off if it doesn't get sold commercially at all. But in all honesty, I mean, it sounds odd to say because we are a for-profit business, but when it comes to these types of things, we have a strong veterinary culture, and we don't really think that way. I mean, even with the high-path avian influenza vaccine, we've partnered closely with Wildlife Services and the USDA and used emergency use for that vaccine to help save or prevent that disease from moving into the California condor and species like the Hawaiian monk seals. So I honestly don't know the exact answer to your financial question, but I got to be honest, it probably hasn't ever crossed my mind.
I have a more serious question. When I spent a number of years at Wisconsin, Madison, and the great scientists, the biomedical scientists, were in the School of Agriculture. because of the consistent research money that came from the Department of Agriculture as opposed to, I mean, they had NIH grants as well. And then their licenses went to WARF, to the Wisconsin Alumni Research Foundation, which also invested in companies. I mean, we built a whole industry for Madison using that cycle. Is the Department of Agriculture still a player for all of you?
So they definitely are. I do think there's been some challenges for funding, specifically in the university environment. I did all my training at Iowa State University, another land grant university with a lot of connections to USDA. I think they're very much a critical partner in research and development. I think much like NIH, they have had challenges. I do think with the emergence of HPAI or the H5N1, as well as some of the other zoonotic threats, I know the National Animal Disease Center that's part of the Agricultural Research Service has still been very active in R&D and is still a good partner. And by the way, the foundation at Wisconsin is still very active in partnering with companies and is a great university industry model to model elsewhere.
Yeah, thank you. I want to ask a fundamental question about Michigan. Why are you all in Michigan? Is it because of him, or is there something in the air or the water that have you in Michigan?
So for me, I am a veterinarian first. I practiced for over a decade. My family still has a farm in Iowa, and Zoetis was the opportunity to be at an animal health company when, as a pathologist, most of my peers are in the human pharmaceutical industry. So honestly, it was more the company, and it was a great fit for me, and it's been a great cultural fit as well.
Yeah, I think our facility in Lansing, from where it started to where it is, you've got that community is built around that facility.
And you can recruit people here?
Yes, yeah. It's a great base. It's a great base. It's not Boston by any means, but I think because of what it is and what it represents, it attracts quite a bit of talent. Even people that are willing to move to Lansing.
Expensive living than in Boston, too.
Yeah, you got that right.
Yeah, that's what I was going to in part say, is that here in Michigan, the talent is, and I would say it's true in the Midwest generally. The talent is as good as anything anywhere else. You can buy more of it for less cost. The cost of doing business in general is less. And then I would say work ethic. There is such a strong work ethic here in Michigan and in the Midwest. It's hard to kind of describe, but I think each one of these employers will speak to that because it truly is a thing. So you put it all together, and then with all the natural resources that we have around us, and here it's a great place.
Right.
Yeah, and our founder is on the faculty of the University of Michigan Dearborn in the engineering department, and so he is passionate. He and
so it was a spin-off from.
Yeah, he's a serial entrepreneur, and he's had several businesses that he and the chairman of our board. They're very passionate about keeping the business here in Michigan.
Great.
Fred.
Well, I just want to fill in the blanks a little bit. So Zoetis was a spinoff from Upjohn. So they used to have an animal health facility. I was out at there before it was spun off. I was out there quite a bit. They had, I don't know how many thousands of acres out there, but pigs and cattle and everything else, and they spun that off in, I don't know, 15 years ago or so?
Yeah, I mean, technically we spun from Pfizer after the acquisition.
Well, yeah,
of
as
pharmacy
Upjohn
from
became,
Pfizer, but yes.
a couple places before it got to be Pfizer.
To fill in the blanks, our Zoetis headquarters is the legacy Upjohn
Right,
R&D.
yep.
And
It's right in downtown Kalamazoo. And, for Pfizer today, it is their largest facility in the world is in Kalamazoo. And I mean, literally, you can walk miles of a hallway. I mean, and that's where they did as it turned out, the COVID vaccine is put together there. And I just, when we did, again, just going back quickly to cures, Pfizer, but Zoetis, and Steve was a big player. I mean, you were part of our roundtable discussions as we worked on that with the delegation to get it done. So we really appreciated your help, and you've done wonderful things for our state. I would just say, too, for those of you now, we do have a member of Congress, a second one that's here now. Debbie Dingell has joined us. She just literally got off the plane. We were going to ask her to be on the panel, but so she would have been testifying earlier this morning. But so as you think about lobbying Congress, I know you already have her vote on more money for the NIH and health research. She's always, she's there. It's some of our other colleagues that we got to worry about. But as you check the boxes, she's going to be a green light. I guess the one question that I have for each of you is, we, all of us, I think, are very worried about the budget projection. Yes, we sort of survived the bullet from the president's proposal in last year's budget because of the work of the appropriators and getting things done and really building off a base of a CR instead of, who knows what. But the process lasted a lot longer. We're still in a partial shutdown now. And the president's budget just came up last week. And good news is it's not as much of a cut as it was last year, but it's still there. And who knows how this thing will all finish up. But as we know, it will have an impact for a generation if it's allowed, let alone the lack of an increase. I worked with Henry Waxman and Paul Wellstone and John McCain back in the 90s to double the money for the NIH. I was the lead Republican sponsor back then, and we got it done. And we built on that again with the enactment of cures. So we're all going to be watching that very closely as the next number of weeks go by, and we know that there's not a lot of time, legislative days, between now and the November election, and who knows what will happen, but it will have a dramatic impact, certainly here in Michigan. I'd like just to jump quickly to what is the extent that you all have used, your companies have used AI? What are pros and cons in terms of what you've done?
Yeah, so I think as we heard earlier, for me, AI has promise in the areas where it can be really effectively deployed. At Zoetis, we've made a number of what we call big bets on AI in the areas where we think it can have the most impact in compressing timelines. Some of that is reporting, data wrangling, dossier creation, things like that I think you see in the human pharmaceutical industry as well. Looking at the discovery space, utilizing artificial intelligence to improve our molecule design for both small molecules as well as biologics has been fully implemented. It does gain us time because it helps the iterations, it helps us build safer, more efficacious molecules faster. I think that's a great place for it to be implemented. And then I think in the animal health space specifically, and I mentioned, the Norwegian salmon farm example, it's an area where we can take genomic information at a population level, so kind of taking precision information and data, scaling it to a population, and then integrating it with geospatial, environmental data, temperature patterns, and really develop some comprehensive ways to predict disease conditions or predict how producers should manage or respond to challenges for their herds. I think and now talking about biodefense, if we can expand those types of efforts and integrate with greater transparency some of the data sets that exist through the Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory Network, through human health, and start coordinating data sets, I think the power of that could be enormous for how we might detect and prevent disease.
Yeah, I'd say it's very similar. I think from the employee base, getting monotonous tasks out from under folks and enabling those folks to elevate into higher order roles has been really critical. So they get the upskill, they get the level of education, improvement, and are working on, I'd say, more highly technical functions within the organization, which has been great. Then I think it's a matter of certainly, I think the thing to be worried about is like what we heard earlier, just around the bad that AI could potentially do out there, certainly as it relates to pathogens. And I think just starting to get our arms around how best to utilize it from a modeling standpoint, modeling threats, modeling deployment of medical countermeasures, doing some front end, scenario evaluating before we're deciding on clinical trial designs and things like that. But I think it's still early in terms of like how that actually can replace sort of like the human component that exists in the knowledge and the.
Can I just add a little question, follow-up question on that? So when you think about using AI, are you envisioning it as in-house AI experts doing that for you, or contracting that out to firms that do that kind of thing?
Yeah, we built our own internal environment. I think one is a protection just for a lot of reasons. And then we have an AI committee, and we have someone who's sort of the expert within the company on artificial intelligence, and that's sort of that body that sort of guides the organization as we go forward. A level of governance, but also how do you build that innovation into the organization so that you can take advantage of it?
Yeah, for us, it's business case dependent. So, for instance, improving molecule design, that's much better to have a larger data set that is leveraged from multiple companies that helps us all. For things like dossier creation, there's a lot of IP involved in that, so that we partner with an external partner to help build it internally. I guess just adding, I didn't really get to my concerns about AI. Probably the biggest concern that I have is training the next generation of individuals to be highly competent and skilled scientists. A lot of us became who we are because we were in the trenches, designing studies, doing laboratory work. I think we can do training in the future, but it's going to take a lot of effort to see how it might look different to get the same level of expertise we have in our senior people today.
Yeah, I would add to that that's my biggest worry. It's not so much the technology per se. As it evolves, we'll become more and more comfortable with it, as we have with many other technologies in our lives. I worry about training the next generation for our industry, not so much from the standpoint, will they learn how to use these various AI-based tools, but how to integrate them into sort of systems thinking and get them away from sort of operating in silos, like you see many today who are just immersed in this and have forgotten how to critically think, right? We all use Google Maps, but you still have to have a sense of direction. It's the same thing here. You can have a great AI tool, but if you don't understand how it's integrated into a bigger scheme of things, then you may completely, get off the rails and perhaps even abuse it in a way that it shouldn't. So how we go about talking with our educators from the employer side to make them appreciate that and then build their curricula accordingly is something that, in fact, it's going to be in front of us in early June when we have a Biotalent Summit between educators and employers.
Barry?
Yeah, in our case, we're actively talking about how we can use AI to accelerate formulation development. We have some molecules where it's really it's plug and play for us. More complex systems like cells require cell-specific development. We'd like to be able to get 90% down the road with AI, but we don't have an outside data set that we can leverage to train a model. So we're systematically thinking through how do we, as efficiently as possible, get the breadth and depth of data that we need to train a model. So we're early in that journey, but we're working on it.
Tom. Well, thank you for excellent presentations and your answers to the many questions we've already had. I'm going to focus on just one, and that is, it seems under the uncertain times we face and the precarious funding challenges that we're now experiencing, that public-private partnerships have never been more important. And I guess I would just ask each of you, what, in your view, is the single biggest and most important factor in a successful public-private partnership under these circumstances? Kevin, we'll just start with you.
Yeah, so we have an extensive external innovation group that we partner with multiple academic institutions externally. I think the most important thing that we have found is the commitment to be a willing and robust partner. going both directions, right? So on our side, it's the commitment to supporting the research going on that we have committed to at the university. On the university side, it's committing to sometimes what industry wants to do versus what academia wants to do. And those are the things that create barriers between our institutions. I think when we've bridged that well, we have had incredibly successful academic industry partnerships. And I think you're right, as we move through the current environment, these types of partnerships are going to be critical for training the next generation of scientists, as well as maintaining biomedical research in the way that we want to do it in the United States.
Thank you. Paul?
I would say, one, a clearly defined need, but also a clearly defined outcome that we are mutually aligned around. The ability to flex from beginning to end, and I think that happens early on both sides. Like, something's not going right in development, it's on us to make sure we get that in front of you. If something's happening on the government side of the fence, then we need to know what that is sooner than later. Outside of that, I think the one thing that is just like having industry together with the government at the table as early as possible and often. If you can do that, you could most get through 90% of the things if we're just doing that. And I feel like we've moved away from that, not across the board, but in certain circumstances, I think we've drifted away from that, whether because government's concerned about that connectivity. I think we've got to refresh that whole thing. I think when Peter Marks was talking about, how you would apply warp speed, sort of that framework into other areas, that's where everyone is at the table with a mandate and a mission, and all the other stuff falls by the wayside in order to achieve that objective. And I think that is probably at the heart of it.
Thank you. Mary?
When I was at Merck, I did a lot of work with external partners, and I would say there's two pieces of it. One of it is investing upfront in building the relationship so that both parties know that I can't be successful. If you're not successful, if you have a problem, be honest with me. I want to help you. I'm not going to beat you up over it. I would say the second thing is communication, so that if my system is bumping up against your system, we've got SOPs that don't align. We have established early on, what are we going to do to decide who's got to flex and get approval to flex as quickly as possible rather than just keep butting heads.
Thank you. Steve?
Well, I would echo all of that and then add, because, I see public-private partnerships both in terms of companies and academic institutions. I see it between state government and industry and such. Clear expectations have to be understood by all sides. There has to be a commitment to a common vision. And then there has to be that trust that you can rely on that partner to fulfill their part of the bargain and get you to, the common endpoint. It's back to what was talked about earlier. It's that team effort. That everybody has to buy into that. And even if one piece doesn't, then that you run a risk of losing certainly the momentum and then perhaps the success. So
Very helpful. Thank you.
Susan?
I think of Michigan as clearly one of the, if not the top manufacturing state in the country. Indiana, where I come from, is a close second. But I have always been, especially during COVID, we had to retool our manufacturing. We had to make things maybe we weren't making before. What ideas and thoughts do you have about the resilience or issues in our supply chain and in our manufacturing infrastructure, and how can we, you all are the experts working here in Michigan, which makes more, pharmaceuticals, cars, automobiles than, other states. What do we need to do, and what do you recommend that we should do with respect to our supply chain, which I am very concerned about?
Certainly I think there needs to be redundancies, and I think probably some of the others here can probably indicate that they have those in their corporations. But I'll give you an interesting example that came out of COVID. Like many states, I'm sure, who were caught unawares and really didn't know what assets and capabilities existed within the state. I got a call early on from the governor's office and the emergency preparedness centers and such. You know, we know as an association, we know who all our companies are across the state. We know who they are, where they are. But we didn't know who could do what and to what scale and things like that. So in partnership with the Economic Development Corporation here in the last few years, we've embarked on going to each and every one of those companies, whether it's a big one like Zoetis or a tiny one like Ambient, and saying, okay, what can you do? And now we've done an eco map of all multiple tags, everything from cold chain to machining to AI to electronics to CROs, you name it, across the entire industry, right? So we're talking pharma, med devices, diagnostics, ag bio, industrial bio, health tech, and distribution. And now we are building that database of that. And I don't, in working with some of my counterparts around the country, I'm not aware of anything like that anywhere else, but it's a long, long slog to do that. But I would hope that that would position us better in the future to be able then immediately to go to X, Y, and Z and say, okay, we need this built, this produced, whatever.
I think the one thing I would, get as much domestic as you can. I mean, the facility as well as the supply chain, I think that goes without saying. I think the one thing we don't talk about enough is the importance of having these facilities running. And I don't mean just warm, just the lights on. I mean actually running a product through it. When you have that, you have your S&OP is set for the next 5 years to your plan. You know exactly what your supply lines look like. Your suppliers are updated. You've got your contracts. All of those things are negotiated. And so when we talk about medical countermeasures or even just biodefense products, sometimes those facilities are not running all the time, and having an idle facility is probably the one thing you really want to try to avoid and ensure you've got some level of regular throughput that is managing your supply chain end to end in your planning.
And I would say we're trying to design our supply chain as we design our products, not waiting till we're done and then going to look for redundancy. We're trying to do it up front as part of the design process.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, and maybe just one comment from a little bit different perspective. I think if I look at our global infrastructure, I mean, a vast majority of our manufacturing is stateside here in the U.S. However, we serve a global population, and we have to navigate regulatory authorities around our supply chain and manufacturing in a global environment. At times of emergency, that can be very challenging to try to be agile, to move quickly, to leverage information and data or quality information between different data formats, different requirements for a stopper or I mean, it gets down to very small details. And so, you know, I know recently we've had discussions with Tim Schell, who's the head of CVM at the FDA. I think global harmonization of some of our requirements would be very helpful for us to help streamline some of our processes as we look, even with onshore manufacturing in the U.S. It would reduce complexity.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you to each of you for spending your time with us this afternoon. We appreciate it, and you've imparted knowledge to us and to our staff that hopefully can result in us making some policy recommendations that will make you even more successful than you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Fred, do you want to say some part?
Yeah, well, let me just say I appreciate the members, the commissioners that made it here from all across the country. It's been a remarkable 36 hours in terms of what we saw yesterday and today. I think I could say this, we are one team. And it is that effort that is going to get us out of the wilderness. So I appreciate your work. We look forward to your future input and participation, perhaps. And again, I want to thank everybody, particularly our co-chairs, Donna Shalala and Tom Ridge, who joined us by Zoom earlier, but sadly we had a little technical issue, so he wasn't able to ask questions. But this is a good team up here, and we look forward to being constructive to help make sure that the right thing happens, not only here in Michigan, but also across the country and back in D.C. So, and thank you, Debbie, for hustling out of the airport to get here as well. Donna, do you want to say anything?
No, just to thank Debbie, who is a great friend and a great advocate for Michigan, as all of us know, and to thank the panel and to thank the University of Michigan for a wonderful 2 days that we've had. One of the reasons that we all stick with this panel is because we learn so much, particularly when we get out of Washington. So thanks to all of you.
Go Blue.
Congrats.
Nice to meet you.